Thank you, Comrade Lily and Jet. We'll get started in just a second. Hello, everybody. Good evening, good morning. Oh my goodness, I am 30 years old today. I'm actually not upset about it either, by the way. Like, most people don't like the idea of becoming 30. I personally did not like being in my 20s. 29 was not the best year for me, so I personally could not care less. 29, I went from being engaged to not. I went from, like, having a different job to doing this, which was, great. Like, I do love being a live streamer, and I love having the community that I do, and all of you guys are awesome. The actual stuff we tend to cover on this channel, though, is a bit of a downer, It was nicer back in the day. To be fair, though, it's not like it was much better under the end of the Biden administration. But hopefully, 30 is kinder to me. Now, it doesn't seem like it will be, but girl can hope. So, we got some good news today. Again, 2 in a row, actually. Although this good news relates to the last good news that I shared on stream. And that was relating to the Gen Z uprisings in several countries around the world. We have now officially seen another government overthrown by their youth uprising. Do love seeing that. So this was Madagascar, which was where it was getting heated up before. What's up, Rundo? And the Madagascar president officially fled his country, saying that the protesters wanted to kill him, which they did. He did order the military to shoot at them, and the military told him to get fucked. So, yeah, no, fleeing is probably a rational decision to make at that point, because now you just don't have, you don't just have the protesters to deal with, you have the military who sided with the protesters and is out in the streets on the protests. So he fucked off. Let's take a look. This is, the second country that's officially been, fully overthrown. This is, the 8th country where these, youth protests are occurring. And obviously a consistent symbol among these protests being the, Straw Hat Jolly Roger, which has officially been seen in the United States for the first time, at least by me, yesterday. Which is great. I do love that. This seems to be, the symbol of the revolution now.
They call it the Mutiny of the Malagasy, the grand show of solidarity that brought down the government of Madagascar. Over the span of the last 3 weeks, young people across the nation have taken to the streets, joining a rising tide of fed-up, discontented Gen Zers pushing back against corrupt governments all across the globe. With a one-piece Jolly Roger flying high in the background, the young people demanded the downfall of President Andry Rajoelina, a man who has become synonymous with exploitation.
I haven't watched Simon for months. How do you get away from him? He has so many channels that relate to so many different topics. Every time I click on something, I'm like, oh, it's Simon.
Elite corruption and military rule. Today, Andry Rajoelina has fled the country. The nation's military has come out in force to support the protesters, and Madagascar's youth have given the nation a second chance. At the same time, Madagascar has found itself at the center of a political minefield where some paths lead to a military regime, some paths lead to more of the status quo, and there are only a few ways out where the nation and its people can realize a brighter future. On the islands in the Indian
Carefully curated algorithm. You don't need to rely on the algorithm. Go and create a list of people that you want to watch, channels that you like getting news from, and go and check them manually. I guarantee you the algorithm is cutting out some of your faves at this point. This guy has never once appeared in my algorithm because he's actually good at his job. The world is bad, and the algorithm does not want you to learn. Hence why don't rely on a computer to tell you what to watch. They will preempt you. The algorithm will know what you want to watch before you even want to watch it yourself because it decides what you end up wanting to watch. You might want one thing, but that desire may have been implanted in your head 3 days ago by a different video that the algorithm put in front of you. I manually check all my fave channels. Based. That's what you all need to be doing.
Ocean, Gen Z just overthrew another government. And what happens now is anybody's guess.
And now a quick word from our sponsor, me, or more precisely, my website, fronts.co.
Okay.
Have you ever found yourself thinking, there's just not enough content on Warfront. 6 videos a week is just not enough for me. I want the world to be crazier. I want more war, more death. Well,
Is this an ad for the Republican Party?
what's wrong with you? And 2, well, great news. Extra Warfronts content is now at your fingertips over at fronts.co. Look at that. Yes, starting this very week, we'll be posting 2 exclusive videos every week to our new subscriber-only website, fronts.co. For just $5 a month, you'll gain access to
Happy
brand new
birthday. Is your
Warfronts
birthday the
content.
14th or the 15th? It's the 15th. It's my birthday in Australia, not in America just yet. But thank you, Erratic Cookie. Very much appreciated.
Content that won't be available on YouTube. Our first videos are already up, exploring topics as timely as whether Poland could win a war against Russia, and as timeless as how South Korea came to build the best tank on Earth. And to sweeten the deal, we're also asking our writers to contribute 2 in-depth written articles each week, exploring some unusual or less appreciated angle on geopolitics and warfare. So, not only will you get more of the videos you love, you'll also get a chance to read some of our writers' unfiltered takes on war news.
And turn off
So look,
your
if you like
watch
this
history
channel,
on
love
YouTube.
Fronts.co.
It,
Again,
at least on my
$5
account,
a month.
exposes
It
so
helps
much.
support
Yeah, that's a
us
great
here
idea.
at
To be
Fronts
fair, I
Go.
hadn't even thought about that. I gotta do it myself.
And nothing is changing here. I have learned from the mistakes of past YouTubers. It was expensive.
Oh, thank you, Lettuce B3.
Life in modern Madagascar is not awful, but it's not easy. Western audiences who might know Madagascar mostly for the combination of its lemurs and a 2005 DreamWorks film that still holds up today, by the way, might be disappointed to learn that Madagascar...
I'm gonna tell you guys a story that I probably shouldn't. Might do something to my credibility, but fuck it, why not? The only thing I can think of when I think about the Madagascar movies is the fact that I one time took some acid. And I was alone in my house, I just, whatever. Like, it was a day that I didn't have shit to do, the next day, I'm alone in my house, I'm like, fuck it, let's take an acid tab. And I decided to watch the Madagascar movie. This was a while back. But, it started to freak me out right around the scene in the first Madagascar movie where the lion starts hallucinating all of the other animals as, like, steaks. Like steaks, like a meat, T-bone steak that they would eat, and that shit freaked me out. And that I will forever always think about anytime the movie Madagascar is referenced. One cat video watch, now the algorithm will not stop following me, meow. And that does happen. The last time I was visited by Sid Michael Jackson died, oof, that's one way to do it too. So long ago that it was past the statute of limitations in the jurisdiction where you lived, Nodders? Well, yes, absolutely. And also, wasn't in this country, so I don't even think I could get in trouble for that here anyway.
Madagascar is one of the poorest nations in the world. There, 3 out of every 4 people live below the poverty line, including a high proportion of people who live in extreme poverty. Transportation and sanitation infrastructure are poor, the water supply is lacking, and the nation is subject to frequent
Aside from that, is it a good trip movie you recommend? To be fair, I didn't get to finish it for that movie. I kind of got distracted at that point and then stopped watching. So maybe, yeah. It was fun. It was a funny movie up until that point.
Frequent rolling blackouts to try and keep the power system at least somewhat online. The island is one of the most vulnerable places in the world when it comes to natural diseases.
God, that
and
looks
the
so
ebbs
much
and
cooler
flows
than how
of
we
a
show it on a
changing
map.
climate. But running through all the nation's problems and making all of them worse at once is corruption. Rampant, extreme, and pretty damn shameless corruption. In this
Which
corner of the
seems to be the prevailing theme throughout all of these countries that we have been watching have a revolt. Now, let's look at the coup. Actually, I would say it is now officially a coup instead of just an uprising because the military is sided with the protesters, and that then caused the president to flee. So now it is a coup. It's just, it's a revolution. Like, the coup is not the top of the chain here. It's like the revolution, and then the coup is a part of it. It's a function of the revolution, not the revolution being a function of the coup, which is usually what would happen when like a military dictatorship takes control of a country by force. And apparently we see shit like that and are like, now it's our turn to be blatant about it. Basically, yeah. Yeah. We just sent, 20 billion to Argentina? And then Trump was talking about like how we should send some tomahawks to Argentina for them to bomb their opposition with. So yeah, no, we're fully in that. Not to mention the fact that like Trump has made billions of dollars since he entered office, quite out in the open, like rug pulling people on his meme coin, all of that. Hey, what's up, Encore? Good to see you. And hey, Latina Mafune. Everyone's here.
Madagascar's Gen Z protest movement starts to take on a different tone, and although we understand that it risks diluting the protesters' message, it's absolutely essential that we talk about it. What happened next in Madagascar, for better or for worse, was a military coup. Now, we should be very clear here that Rajoelina and his government had started crying foul about the protesters attempting a coup long before anything to that effect actually happened. But it's
By the way, like we talked about this yesterday, was the fact that it was being called a coup by the like youth uprising is just framing that you would see in the United States. Like they would call the Antifa protesters, quote unquote, in Portland, insurrectionists. It's the same type of rhetoric, and it comes from the same place. It's just that was before the military fully joined the protesters and then the president fled. Thank you, Anarchist Tech Support.
It's time that we introduce one final player into this story.
Oh, and you're right, Rondo. We'll talk about that a bit more in a minute.
Called CAPSAT. Now look, CAPSAT isn't a frontline unit in Madagascar's small and quite underpowered military, but because of the role that CAPSAT fills, the rest of the country's military has to listen when it chooses to act. CAPSAT basically oversees many aspects of the country's largest military branch, its army, from personnel to logistics to all the other functions that keep the military in working order. But they're also important here because of their history. Back in 2009, it was CAPSAT that intervened directly to elevate Madagascar's current leader, President Rajoelina himself, and for CAPSAT to be feeling buyer's remorse on the president sends a louder message than, well, just about anything else. Rajoelina hasn't been popular among the CAPSAT ranks for some time. Instead, the unit is led by elites who've been marginalized by the Rajoelina government, but who still have extensive connections all up and down Madagascar society. CAPSAT has authority over the army, pull with the national elite, and the historical precedent to be the authority on regime change in Madagascar, and on the 11th of October 2025, CAPSAT chose to take to the streets.
Thank you, I'm just me. See, by the way, this is a known risk when you don't have the full support of your military and you try and press for a dictatorship and a coup against the people in a way that is poorly planned and too quick. Like, again, the military didn't join the protesters until the military was told to shoot the protesters, to which they said, nah, fuck you. Rebellion is an act of resistance against a government. Revolution is an overthrow and replacement of the government. Exactly. So, like, it went from a rebellion to a revolution because of the government's own actions. They could have quelled that rebellion by I don't know, like fixing the issues that the people were out there protesting for and then stepping down. Which, to be fair, they did begin trying. Like, they were starting to talk about some social reforms. But the people still demanded that the leadership step down and then step the fuck down. And then the rebellion would have only stayed as a rebellion. It would not have been a revolution. But they escalated, and they escalated in a way that was poorly planned. And this was the result of it. Oftentimes, this is what happens in a dictatorship, by the way. Like, the collapse of fascism, in any case, is inevitable because fascism is held up solely by contradictions. And eventually, like, the contradictions will collapse in on themselves, and then the whole house of cards falls. You can't maintain this forever. You can't maintain energy built on lies, fear, terror, and anxiety ongoing forever. Especially not when you're using it to lie to the population.
The unit's leaders called on the nation's entire military to step up, support, and protect the Gen Z movement in the streets. Their forces joined up with protesters in massive columns, and by the end of the day, they'd locked down the central neighborhoods in the capital. Despite occasional limited firefights, Capsat faced no real opposition in seizing control of the city streets, and before long, the unit turned its attention toward locking down the rest of the country. Rajoelina took notice and publicly decried what was happening as a military coup, but insisted, at least for about a day, that he retained power over the nation and would deal with the Capsat mutiny. But by the evening hours on the 13th of October, the game was up for Rajoelina, who was revealed to have fled the country. According to France 24's Madagascar correspondent, Rajoelina, quote, left in his helicopter from the presidential palace to the island of Saint-Marie in the east of the country, where a friend...
You know, just the term presidential palace oftentimes is enough, at least for me, to look at any kind of an uprising or a rebellion or a protest and be like, yeah, no, that's fair. Fucking presidential palace. It's a bit much for me. There is an explosion of creators explaining MAGA actions. I mean, I don't know why you really need too much of an explanation. They're evil demons who enjoy pain and suffering, and that's their primary motivation. Like, that and, Nazism. We'll go into that as well, too. There's quite a big leak on that today. But we should celebrate the fact that, yes, another government has overthrown their country, and their corrupt government, and is now replacing it with something that the people actually want. Presidential palace, yeah, that feels sus. It does indeed. Happy birthday. Also, honorary mention, this bald guy is pro-America. That's my name, Bozo. True. And that guy is pro-America, although, like, not the current America. I'm just me. We'll have it, on soon. I'm sure the ballroom is just the start of an is the start of an expansion. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, that man does not plan on leaving that house. I'm just me. Like, at all. And to be fair, like, Bannon said so as well. Like, they're planning to, here, let me find the clip of him. They're planning to run him again in 20... They'll run him as a corpse, I guarantee it. Like, Trump could die of natural causes tomorrow, and they will still put him on the ballot in 28. Not to say that you're going to have any, like, real elections, because, well, a Republican-owned company bought Dominion voting machines and then had them settle billions of dollars of defamation lawsuits. So, like, they had them settle defamation lawsuits against several prominent Trump supporters who lied about the 2020 election. So I'm not really all that hopeful about, I don't know, electoralism when they own the voting machines now. And if you remember, like, in 2020, they tried to mess with the voting machines outright anyway. Oh, thank you for the sub, Tacoma Blues. And thank you for wishing me happy birthday. They're gonna Futurama his head in a jar and run it? Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. I mean, Poland has a presidential palace, and I also don't like it. Also, like, Poland is quite right-wing. The only reason we like Poland right now is because they are more anti-Russia than they are pro-Nazi, but they are kind of pro-Nazi. They will AI his corpse onto a debate stage and blame Antifo. that he can't tour the country like he wants. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. Have you seen like the AI Charlie Kirks in churches already? America's only hope is that Trump dies of natural cause in his sleep sometime before 28. Again, like I'm telling you, like that's what we're talking about, Sanjay Klankar. They will run that man even as a corpse. It does not matter. And again, you should thank God that he's the president, because if it was the other guy, Vance, it would be far worse. We really are incredibly lucky that they're so fucking stupid. But some of them aren't. Some of them, like Bannon, aren't. And I've talked about this before. They will destroy the Republican Party because they don't care about it. They're going to use rhetoric that is anti-billionaire and sounds a little leftist to try and, pull from both sides and the center and create a nationalist party, maybe a nationalist socialist party. Who knows, Basically, we're doing 40K shit, kind of.
That committee was totally rigged, and I didn't mind going to
prison. I
prison.
brought a copy tonight. Here it is, the Constitution. Can I read a passage to you? Amendment 22. No person shall be elected to the office.
I hate him, but that was a funny joke. Reading the Constitution to a fascist must be like reading the Bible to a demon.
Office of the president more than twice.
The power of the law compels you.
And yet you keep talking about Trump's third. Maybe you should have this. Here,
I'll get you to sign it backstage and underline.
I will.
Look, President Trump didn't bring up running for a third term. Myself and others brought up running for a third term. President Trump is going to run for a third term, and President Trump is going to be elected
Oh my
again
God,
on
yes,
the after-
wrong screen. You guys can hear it, but thank you for pointing that out. My God.
8 or 10 words
have-
it said only 2 times.
We have a team of people that are
Team.
working. A team.
How can a team do something about that? What? I don't care if the team is 12 trillion people. The words are still the words.
Bill, every day in federal courts, right now in federal courts, there's 120 lawsuits on what President Trump's doing for his Article 2 rights on the unified executive theory. But he's chief executive, he's commander in chief, and he's chief magistrate and chief law enforcement officer. There's 100, and they're running to court every day to sue President Trump, all because the interpretation of this. The interpretation of this is open for interpretation.
How should it be open? Could I have it back?
Like, this entire argument is silly anyway, mostly because Bannon is correct here. Like, the Constitution was written to empower a white ethno-state, but it's not used like that. I mean, wasn't used like that for a little bit at the very least. We were moving away from that. Now we're diving right back in. Why is the fact that they are openly murdering people going under the bus? Because people don't like dealing with anything that makes them uncomfortable. I've been talking about the fact that they're just openly murdering folks for weeks, and I can see the view count drop when I start talking about it. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, people are far less likely to engage with it. A team of supermajorities of 35 state legislatures can do whatever they want to the Constitution. True. Don't worry, we're running a team. Corpse in the chair while the team runs it, inside-out style. Again, like, there's a lot that they can do. Hell, there's a lot, like, you can do from a state level. And they have the power to do it, which, so do we, really, but they have the willpower to do it, which is more important. Because, like, look at this. Now, like, this is an example of a good thing that almost certainly will not succeed, but not out of a lack of ability, but a lack of will. From David Sirota on the Rolling Stone. This is the best political news I've seen in a very long time. There is a clear way to end Citizens United by changing state and corporation laws, and now luminaries in both parties are forcing a vote on it in the 2026 election, which, again, they own the voting machines now, so good luck with that one. The measure's proponents note that Citizens United is predicated on state laws giving corporations the same powers as actual human beings, including the power to spend on politics, but they point out that in past eras, state laws granted corporations more limited powers, and states never relinquished their authority to redefine what corporations can and cannot do. The Montana Initiative proposes to simply use that authority to change the laws, in this case to no longer grant corporations the power to spend money on elections. That's a fucking great idea. Now, like, to get rid of Citizens United properly, the only way to do that is either through a Supreme Court case or through a constitutional convention, which good luck with either of those. This, however, this you can actually achieve. Thank you, Socializing Sapien. I keep on bringing it up to people. Many people I brought it up to had no idea. They just openly killed people with no cause, no war. Like, literally just like yesterday, I believe, ICE threatened to shoot paramedics, like in an ambulance, who were trying to take like a protester they injured to the hospital. But we'll get there, Like, I have a lot on that to talk about as well today, but I want to build up to it a little bit. Once we get into that, I just tend to scream for a couple hours, so let's cover the other stuff. They're coming for gamers, y'all. Everywhere across the world. Now, like, they're coming for gamers within the scope of the law, and they're also just coming for the companies manufacturing them. For example, one of these countries that's going after games is Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia is very, 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 very deeply involved in sports all around the world. They own like a third of Donald Trump. They own like half of Twitter. They own an entire floor inside of Trump Tower. Like, our government is partially run by the Saudis. Remember when there was a documentary about how votes can be rigged by modding the firmware on the election machines? SD cards that tally ballots, paper ballots, backups are essential now. Yeah, basically, at this point I prefer paper ballots, but good luck with that again. The most oppressed minority, sadly. Where's all the Gamergate people now? I wonder. I feel like all they really cared about seems to be hating women.
1983, a small team published a series of groundbreaking video games, including Archon: The Light and the Dark, a combat game that's a bit like chess. Over 40 years later, the computer geeks who build themselves as electronic artists are better known as the company EA. EA is one of America's largest gaming brands, but now that video game firm has been co-opted for an even bolder mission: to dominate the entire gaming industry. To listen to the whole episode, you can click the link in the description below.
Electronic Arts, which is America's third biggest gaming company, is being bought for $55 billion in a group being led by Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund. This is part of a multi-billion-dollar push into gaming for the kingdom. That industry, the gaming industry, is now worth more than cinema, streaming, or music, and Saudi Arabia is quickly becoming a big player in this new industry.
Tom, what is a video game superpower? What does that look like for Saudi Arabia?
Well, I think for Saudi Arabia, it really just means that they...
As an MMA fan, I can confirm MMA is getting considerably more boring. The more overt Russian and Saudi influence is taking over. Of course, yeah. Yeah, aren't they trying to build like a fucking octagon to have a cage match on the White House lawn? Like, we really are just a commercial now.
They now own or have large stakes in a very large number of the kind of household names when it comes to video gaming. So they own this entity called Savvy Games, which has been given a $38 billion war chest to build a kind of gaming empire. Savvy has built a company called Scopely, which makes a mobile game called Monopoly Go. It's bought the gaming arm of Niantic, which makes the Pokemon mobile games.
By the way, they're using those, like, the data from, like, Pokemon Go from Niantic to build surveillance software, just so you know. That's what they're doing with it. They're, I used to play Pokemon Go quite a bit, and I used to spoof because, like, fuck having to go to a different country to catch some Pokemon there. And, they hate spoofers. Specifically because it messes with the data on where people travel and how they walk, how they behave. They've actually, like, put that out in a statement of like, oh yes, this actually damages our business model because it's predicated on building maps of how people, like, move around a city while playing our game. So, like, that's what that's for. Keep your politics out of my sports unless it's a right-wing theocracy, then it's based. Christian Islam should even rush. Like, exactly. By the way, like, we're going to talk about that today as well in a bit, explaining how, like, most right-wing and also, like, anti-Semitic and just, like, pro-Nazi theocratic messaging and propaganda all just kind of originates from Russia, so
But then it also has big stakes in lots of other gaming companies. It's got a big stake
At
in
least in the
Embracer,
modern
which
day.
owns IPs including Tomb Raider, and the Public Investment Fund is one of the biggest shareholders in companies like Nintendo, in Take-Two, which makes Grand Theft Auto, Capcom, Nexon, NC Soft. You know, really, if you think of a big name in gaming, it's pretty likely these days that Saudi Arabia owns.
Let us be three. To me, it's more like keep your psychotic delusions out of my politics.
chunk of it.
So what's in it for the country? Why does it want all these gaming companies?
I think there's a few reasons. I mean, one reason, funnily enough, is that Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince, is himself a huge fan of gaming. He is said to be a big fan of FC, which used
Yes,
to
the
be
man
FIFA,
is
which
the
one of big
richest man in the
franchises,
world and spends his time
by
gooning and
Electronic
playing
Arts. So I
video
think
games all
his personal
day.
enthusiasm is one reason for this. He has said that he wants to create a kind of Disney of video games. And one way of looking at this is that where Disney has its theme parks, Saudi Arabia wants to have an equivalent in the form of sort of live gaming experiences through esports meaning competitive gaming. And they've bought a couple of big esports companies, ESL and Faceit. They're two big companies that run these.
You don't want them in your games because, like, they're already monitoring from you, right? Next comes censorship. It's fucking Saudi Arabia, kind of one of the things that they're known for. Then you get stuff like this. Now, this is coming out of the ABC Australia News. Video games could fall under the social media ban, researchers say, in reference to Australia's under 16 ban. Now, like, the actual under 16 ban for social media, is not even relevant here. It doesn't even matter in this case because it's not the restriction on young people accessing it. It's the fact that you need ID verification to do this. Everything is digital ID now. I've talked about this at length. It is a dumb system. I came up with a significantly better, cheaper, and more durable system, but it's not popular. Nobody gives a shit. Why? Because the point of this is to make money, to siphon more money. It's suicidal of us, in fact. It is for the sake of protecting children, giving backdoors an unlimited power and knowledge to the people who hate us and hate democracy and want to kill us in the hopes that, they won't do it. And beyond that, it is a way to control. Again, like Keir Starmer has already said recently, that the UK has made it so that you will not be able to get a job without digital ID very, very soon. I think different types of screen time impact you differently. Social media screen time definitely has a different impact than screen time spent studying or coding. Oh no, absolutely. What you're doing and how you do it has a massive impact. For example, if you are reading a book, it is creating mental pathways in your brain. If you're using ChatGPT, you are getting dumber. It is loosening the mental pathways in your brain. You have 67% less connectivity. If you are on TikTok, your brain is functioning like you are doing cocaine. Actually, in an MRI, it looks exactly the same because it is meant to be addictive. There are different functions for different types of applications. Not only is this dumb because it blanket covers them all, because it's not the point. They're not actually trying to fix anything. It's a way of just controlling you. Corporations realizing that they can make more money if they own the games and rent it to you and then try and justify it after the fact. You will own nothing and you will be happy. You will eat the bugs. Oh, hello, Polish chatter. Now, digital media researchers say online video games could yet be included under the federal government social media ban for under 16s. The ban currently excludes online services that have the sole or primary purpose of enabling end users to play online games with their end users. But Associate Professor Brendan Coe from the Queensland University of Technology's Digital Media Research Center said the definitions under the ban were incredibly vague, which is often the case for a very specific reason, which is opens the door to more horrible shit that they can do with it. Star Talk recently had an whole episode on this topic. I was going to link it in your Discord, but I figured you're not into 40-minute discussions. I am, I just don't have the time to watch it. But again, I've talked about this in relation to Discord. If you have to give your ID to use anything, that ID information is held somewhere. And Discord just recently had a massive data breach. I talked about this last stream. Change your Discord password if you've had payment stuff uploaded to Discord. If you've ever bought Nitro or something, probably should cancel that card and get a new one. And this wasn't some super duper like hacker breakthrough CVEs shit. Like, no, it had nothing to do with that. It was literally just the fact that a bunch of threat actors just called people at a Discord Zendesk subsidiary in like Southeast Asia and offered them like $500 to let them into the system. It was social engineering. And they got in, and they got government IDs, they got credit card information, at the very least last 4 and expiration dates. Discord also promoted an AI spyware browser to people. It's getting bad. Discord is spyware and has AI in every single chat and every single channel. Like, just taking constant screenshots. The feds are monitoring Discord. Like, I don't even want to be on Discord for the community. I need to set up, like, a matrix for the community and have everyone migrate onto there. It's just a little complicated to do that. I haven't, like, had the time and effort to put into it. Wait a minute, the only way we know we even have a Polish viewer is Twitch is scooping geolocation data. They're doing that by default, so, you know. What's up, Dan Ditso? I've been a gamer since the Atari Nintendo era, but goddamn, today's industry gringo-centric, PW-centric games suck. Well, like, they do. They really do suck. There's shitty games coming out regularly. The last, like, complete game that wasn't broken at launch and wasn't dog shit that I can think of is Baldur's Gate 3. Now, to be fair, like, I haven't played many games recently. Cyberpunk was broken at launch, though, and it's a masterpiece. It's actually probably my favorite game of all time now. Server, they have silent/invisible bots, started last year. Yeah, no. And don't forget, we've talked about Cyberwell on this channel, which is an Israeli platform that is, as of actually already last week, October 8th, working to integrate into all US-owned social media companies. So Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Cyberwell, which is an Israeli AI company, is now in charge of using their AI to look for what they define as anti-Semitism online and remove it. Now, some of what they define as anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism. Some of what they define as anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism. And if you watched me before, then you already know that Zionism is anti-Semitic, but that is a whole other story. Well, VPN, Onion browser, and other means to help protect one's data, like, that's good, but VPNs can still, like, hold on to your data and can still report you to, like, the feds if they want to. You have to use Monero to really get through all of that without leaving a paper trail. Tor is compromised in several ways. Like, first off, it's developed by, like, the US government, like, that's how it was, but there's already backdoors in it. But Tor has stopped doing OS spoofing, which means, like, if you use an operating system that's somewhat uncommon, you just get shown. Like, if you're using Unix and Cube, there's like 1,000 people using that instead of, like, Windows. And it used to be that everyone was getting shown as a Windows user because of the the OS spoofing. And that's gone now. And that, like, brings down the amount of people you have to look through to find the person you're looking for from, like, millions to 1,000. Cyberpunk is the best example of how corporations pushing devs to push out a game for their stock dividends causes trash outcomes. True. Capitalism is why we can't have nice things. Also true. I2P, also true, Buncor. But bit of a higher bar of entry for, like, the general public. Plus, use a debit card exclusively for internet, only loads it when used. Honestly, switch to Monero. Especially, like, if you are politically active in the United States. Remember, we're all declared as terrorists now. Like, even just saying capitalism is bad is terrorism. Saying Christianity means liking what Jesus said is now terrorism because it's not right-wing evangelical Christianity. Saying that, you know, ICE is a terrorist organization is terrorism. So once they call you a terrorist, they are going to eventually start using economic warfare against you. They will block your bank accounts. They will sanction you. Well, that's good, Buncor. Zionists are pretty anti-Semitic. No, literally, definitionally, Zionists are anti-Semitic. The flotilla interviewee who went on Hassan's show and was Jewish said that the guards were shouting at him, not a real Jew. They do that pretty often, yeah. Genuinely, so many platforms and devices are compromised and can be yoinked by the government. Again, currently, Israel is in all of the social media watching. Like, they have that as their job. They can call us whatever they want. That does not mean we will bow to their demands. That's also true. Like, you keep fighting. Like, that's why I don't really give a shit about what they call me. But they are going to use these means against us. They are using this already. There is a reason why you see far more right-wing content than left-wing content, because it gets censored. It's algorithmic exile. And you're going to start seeing this flood into other areas. If they are going after games, that means they're going to put propaganda into these games. If we have time today, I do want to play a game. I don't usually do that, but I do have Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus, and I've never played any of them before. So I feel like that could be a fun game to play at the end of stream today. Sorry just for putting it out there, but after stating that Tor is compromised, I would like people to investigate it for themselves. The only thing I2P doesn't have going for it is at the moment is user diversity. We need people on it. That's true. Post some stuff on that in the Discord, Buncor, in like the direct action section. Someone's been talking to Kai? Fine on me. I have so many OG Wolfenstein mods, I've never played a single one of them. So, when it comes to the game industry, though, if they're going to be using these incredibly vague definitions, and again, this is Australia, but what's happening in one place is happening everywhere. Again, like, the EU is trying this as well, the UK is well ahead, America's headed this way. Is Wolfenstein 1 where do in-game Fed posting? Well, I feel like the game itself is a Fed post, so like try not to relate it to real life. 4 is less dangerous when you have a VPN between it and the first node. That is also true. We need like a whole stream for like cybersecurity lessons. Oh, we're on day 14 of the shutdown. Didn't even notice. Yep. So, I think there's concern in the video game industry just how reliable or permanent this exclusion of online games is. Banning games whack-a-mole. Last month, e-safety commissioner, who is an unelected bureaucrat, by the way, Julie Inman Grant, confirmed that she had written to online game platforms, including Roblox, Lego Play, advising the ban could apply to their services. To be fair, fuck Roblox. It is, like, literally getting children to work in the mines to create shit for you. But this will continue. Remember, it was also an Australian, it was also an Australian group of like moralist panic motherfuckers from the right who tried to get like several, like they wanted Grand Theft Auto banned, they wanted Steam to ban things that like had a gay person in it. Did I tell all my peers this is gonna be a long one? Strap in. You should. You should. And I want to remind you that this is bigger than any one thing. This is all connected. Listen to them say it.
It's my honor to welcome 3 of the world's leading technology CEOs. And in the case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond technology. He's sort of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man. And
CEO of everything. Thank you. It was collective shout, Sylvie. CEO of everything. All of this ties back to Larry Ellison. All of this ties back to Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Sam Altman. Like, they're all doing all of this. It's their henchmen. And Larry is up at the top. He's technically richer than Elon. I think he's actually the world's richest man now. Like, when activists call global warming a polycrisis, oh, we are in a poly crisis.
Just say the quiet part
crisis
out loud.
coming out
The
my
CEO
ass.
of everything, Larry Ellison. See, up until this point, there's been a lot of smoking guns. I've been showing you the pattern for weeks now with the CIA databases, the surveillance infrastructure, the Israel connection, and yet this press conference that was held on January 21st, 2025 is where it all converges. And what was this press conference about? Project Stargate. Before I go into breaking all of this stuff down, this is part of an investigative series that lives primarily on my Substack.
Is Second Thought still doing tanky bullshit, or did Second Thought see that, like, Russia is, in fact, bad, and is now, like, rational. Like, you can still be America bad and then not be Russia good. This is the CEO King Teal was talking about. Well, one of them, we have several. The thing is, like, it's not just one person. We're gonna have what they're calling, or what Yarvin in his book calls, the technological sovereigns. Here, I have a map of it that I kind of made. Not like a full map. It's the best I could do. It's missing quite a few pieces, but let me see if I can switch the camera to it. There we go. Up here. Wait, no, hold on. This is the wrong map. Ah, damn it. I have the other map, which is this one. The sovereign platforms. We got Microsoft, Oracle, Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, SpaceX, XAI, whatever. Like, these are the main sovereigns. I'm missing quite a few on that, obviously. That looks like the decision tree of a madman. I mean, yeah. I've heard you like Crisis, so we put Crisis in your Crisis so you can get double the Crisis. Like an org chart? Kind of. This chart shows where the surveillance starts and where it goes up to. Like starting at ID Rails, ID.me, login.gov, LexisNexis, Equifax, etc. Payment processors, biometric vendors. Like when you use biometrics to unlock your phone, for example, it gets stored here from one of these. Yoti is the one that we often use in America, I believe. Second thought, still oversimplified the Ukraine situation to America bad. So still a tanky. Don't care then. He's still a baby Marxist, but he's given up pretending that the other team is good. I swear, baby MLs just recreate Christianity if you leave them isolated. Well, like, again, real Christianity doesn't exist. Like, the real Christianity is the closest this world ever got to communism. Because Jesus was a communist, and the moment he died, all of his followers went and sold all their shit and tried to build communism. That was the closest we've ever actually gotten. All of my medical stuff is through ID. Me? Oh, no? Yeah, exactly. So all of this gets stored. A lot of these, by the way, get stored in Israel. What the fuck? Tankies are still a thing? They're kind of just the government now. Latino Mifune. The tankies seem to have overthrown the government. Yeah, I ain't doing biometrics. They want my fingerprints. They can pry them off my cold dead hands. Well, again, you might not be able to get a job without doing this at some point. Like, that's the way that they force you to. So the next step this goes to is real-time crime traffic, like crime control and street cameras, like traffic cameras, red light cameras, stuff like that. All gets put in through here. Flock owns most of those cameras. They're very, very spread out across the country, and a lot of them in some weird areas even, I would say. Video analytics handles all of that. Automatic license plate recognition, again, that's Flock as well. They can, like, you cannot go anywhere without them being able to trace your exact location from start to finish at all times. Because they know your license plate and they can follow it through a series of different interconnected cameras. If you call an Uber, well, I mean, that goes right back to the payment processor, and then also like the app, which ties back into the identity rails, which goes right back up to the Flock cameras, which now know the Uber that you're in and track that Uber. So there's really no way to get around that. Face and person match, again, we've talked about this before, where all of the cameras are being implemented with facial like recognition software, but also physical body recognition software, gait tracking, which is showing like how you walk, whether you favor one side to another. I think I have to buy a new PC, not using right now, but it's unable to go to Windows 11. Don't go to massive Windows 11. Windows 11 is spyware. You gotta switch to Linux at this point. Which, by the way, recently there was, just yesterday, a CVE that revolves around sudo and chroot in Linux, so be careful of that. But yeah, don't switch to Windows 11 because it is all spyware. And Windows 10 is now, like, I'm still on 10, I need to switch as well. All of the support has been gone. Damn, another CVE for sudo? Yeah, sure, I'll pull it up. But like while we're talking about this, there's also like the gate spotting stuff that goes up into that. Then you go to enterprise data loss prevention, which all of these are looking into like your servers. Their job is to make sure that like everything they can gather is gathered. And obviously, this is school tracking, so like your children are in school, they're tracking what is happening with them as well as your health data. All of this goes back to the same places. I linked the sudo CVE, by the way. I think the last patch was today. I don't feel like Windows did enough to notify their customer base. I got that news from you. Oh yeah, no, the last patch is the 14th, and it's gone after that. Again, like, Windows doesn't work for you. Windows hates you. That's why they want you on 11. Windows 11 has standard spyware. I mean, like, your keyloggers in your computer already exist on 10. And then, beyond that, thank you for the actual CVE link. And then from then, they have, like, AI that is... If you buy a new computer, for example, a brand new one, let's say you bought, like, a Chromebook, that now has AI chips that run local AI servers on your computer, even when your computer is off, and exfil that data. Your CPU isn't compatible with Windows 11. That's why whoever said that couldn't update, which makes sense. Also, Intel Intel just is backdoored completely. It is impossible to get any kind of hardware within the US like without a backdoor. It's actually illegal to manufacture chips in America that don't have a backdoor. Now, when you move on, you get the payment processors again, but in this case, it connects to DNS hosts, domain hosts, and the app stores. Remember, like, if Cloudflare, AWS, if any of these go down, Namecheap, like, a good chunk of the internet goes down, and all of these are centralized, and again, all of them have your ID information, all of your payment information, because it goes up from here. And then from here, then you go up to the municipal, state, and police enforcement, where we got all kinds of record keeping. We got Palantir Gotham, which is doing analysis and predictive policing, LexisNexis as well, law enforcement body-worn tech. So this is like Motorola WatchGuard. That's the body cameras. That's the AI stuff that the cops have integrated into their shit that we saw a couple days ago. You know, that video of that weird Russian guy getting arrested. And then that all moves up to, like, agencies, whether it's American agencies or international agencies, other platforms. Again, Anduril is another AI company, like tech company, that creates AI-based weaponry. They're quite important in Ukraine right now, for example. And that goes up to the national cloud datas, which, by the way, the CIA has a 10-year contract for commercial cloud enterprise with AWS, which is Amazon Web Servers, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, Oracle Cloud, and IBM. So the CIA and all of these other federal agencies are already contracted to work with these people. And beyond that, then we go up to the actual, like, physical reality of your water usage, your power usage, your electricity bill, your heater, your gas. All of that is still monitoring you as well. And again, like I've talked about before, how like in California, a guy got his house raided because he had medical equipment that was using a lot of electricity, and the police bought this information because they usually would need a warrant to get it. But of course, since it's a commercial company that holds it and they're allowed to sell their private data, police just bought it. We're like, is this person growing weed in their house, and raided their house? NVIDIA holds up the US economy like single-handedly right now. And again, all of the chips are backdoored. And these are all like companies that make very specific goods that if any one of them gets fucked around too much, the entire system gets a lot of pressure put on it, possibly even collapses. Then we got the undersea cable owners, which, like, that's how the internet works. And then the cyber insurance ratings. But then we go up one rank higher, and this is where we get to things like Project Stargate, which we were just watching the video on. We're going to continue in a second. We get the ideologues like Thiel, Andreessen, Hoffman, Yarvin. But then we go up to the orbital sensor fusion. We have commercial GeoInt, which is now integrated with the military, and the Pentagon has really been for a while. Companies like Maxar, Planet Labs, Black Sky, Satellogic, these are all satellites that are watching all around the world and gathering data that is then used for predictive policing, because it all feeds back to the NRO satellite, the National Reconnaissance Organization, Sentient. Now, it's not sentient, or we don't think that it is. Its name is Sentient, but it is an autonomous satellite, rather a cluster of satellites that works in a way that it doesn't get orders from, like, the ground. Like, we don't tell it what to do. It's up in the sky. It has access to the other satellites in its cluster. It can tell them to move around, what to take pictures of, what to analyze, and then it sends whatever it wants back down to the ground. All of that information gets fed with this. And by the way, this is only what we know from declassified records from 2015. Now, that was 10 years ago, and that's what's declassified. Imagine how much worse this is now. We got the ground downlink processing, which is U.S. Space Force, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, which they are cutting funds for, and I assume will be reformatting. The European Space Agency, Japan's, and all of that. And then we come into, like, weapons manufacturers, drones. America just banned DJI drones, for example. Boston Dynamics, robotics, all of that stuff comes into there, and that relates to Anduril's Lattice system as well. All of these are interconnected, and these are your CEO kings, at least for the United States. I am missing a few on there. It is a incomplete list after all, but it's the best I could do with the information I had at the time, and I have not actually worked much more on it since. Now, let me get back to the video that we were watching. Is where? Excuse me? Are you? There we go. Hey, why are you not showing up? Oh, there we go. Cool. Sorry about that. By the way, the tactic that they use to force regular people onto Windows 11 is by having AMD/NVIDIA game devs make games that only work on Windows 11, similarly to what happened with Windows 10 for 7 users. Of course they fucking do. Of course they fucking do. Hopefully, modders will be there to fix that. I mean, like, modders do quite a lot for the game industry at this point. And, like, if you look at good game developers like CD Projekt Red, who literally hired modders for their main, like, development on the game, and then implemented their actual mods into the official version.
All of the sources and documents for further reading attached. The Dre dossier, the link is in my bio, so you should go subscribe there. Many of you will recall that January 21st, 2025 is Trump's first full day back in office, and this is a pretty big announcement to be making for his first real full day in office. At the White House, there were 3 men that stood together to announce the formation of a new company that was called Stargate, LLC. The LLC is very important here. You have Sam Altman, the guy who made ChatGPT. You have Masayoshi Son, who runs one of the world's largest investment firms, and Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle, the guy you've been learning about since the beginning of this series. And their plan was to invest $500 billion to build massive AI data centers across the US and around the world.
Remember, they are building one in Arizona currently, which is expected to use more electricity than New York and San Francisco do per day combined. So, you know, we're already on that. Not to mention, like, we're building several of these. Well, I'm sure that CX or Palantir or Numenor or whatever the corpos create to replace the NOAA will be hummed by smiling ghouls. Oh, absolutely. You can be confident in that.
Now, when I first watched this back in January, a couple of things stood out to me as just feeling off, right? Trump called Larry Ellison the CEO of everything, which is kind of a red flag. Like, aren't you the president of the United States? Aren't you supposed to be the CEO of everything? No, you chose the database guy. Why the database guy? The next thing that stood out to me was the fact that in the lineup, Larry Ellison spoke first, which tells me that he's probably the one leading this venture, like they're looking to him to set the precedents. And when he spoke about it, he didn't talk about the AI computing power as much as he talked about healthcare. More specifically, he talked about collecting everybody's medical records and using AI to better understand patients and provide guidance to doctors.
Remember, he also said he wants AI integrated into every camera in the country and be in charge of calling the police and snitching on you.
And a lot of that wasn't really adding up to me, and that's when my ADHD brain decided to hyperfixate on the name instead. Stargate. Like, where's that come from? And one of the first things to pop up within that search was, of course, the 1994 movie Stargate. You know, the one about the alien who uses a portal to take over all of these human bodies to live forever and enslave humanity. That movie. Interesting symbolism there,
All
don't
of
get me
these
wrong,
people
but
really are just nerds that didn't get bullied enough in high school. Speaking as a nerd who got bullied in high school.
that felt just a little too, I don't know, on the nose for what I was trying to find out here. Like, for someone like Larry Ellison who worked with the CIA, that just felt a little too obvious. So then I refined my search to ask if there was any other Stargates before 1994, just to see what would come up, and what do you know? I came across these declassified documents that talked about a Project Stargate that was a very real project that the US intelligence program used back in the 1970s. And according to these declassified documents, the Project Stargate investigated psychic phenomena, primarily remote viewing, to gather intelligence information. The project sought to use paranormal abilities like telepathy and clairvoyance, spurred by the concerns over Soviet psychic research.
We are such an unserious
What I'm hearing is that
country.
this was a program whose entire mission was surveillance and prediction. Kind of Larry Ellison's whole ethos, you know? But with this knowledge, I decided to go back and rewatch the entire announcement again, because this time, I knew what to look for. What I noticed was Trump's hyperfixation on the cancer research side of this whole project. You know, when Sam Altman was finishing up giving his spiel, he interrupted Sam to say, and I'm paraphrasing here, "I hear so many positive things about what this will do for medical research, for solving cancer. Could you speak to that, Sam Altman?" It felt as though he was briefed, but he was like this excited salesman who couldn't wait to get to the best part of the pitch. But Sam Altman kind of fumbled that.
We talked about, this was right at the beginning. When Doge was the primary story, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, we have the national debt, and then we decided, no, $500 billion to this. And then everyone ignored it. And this is the long-term plan. Again, what we are watching right now is boring. It takes research to really understand the big picture. But this is a plan that has been slowly being rolled out for decades now by people who have been intertwined in all of this for over 2 decades. Larry Ellison is responsible for China's surveillance system. The Great Firewall of China would not exist without Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison is the reason they have WeChat. What X the Everything app will eventually become. The one where you need it for your ID, to get on a bus, to go to the hospital, to pay your rent, to find rent, to get in an Uber. All of that is from one app. That is all Larry Ellison's doing. And that's what they're bringing here. By the way, this is also where the autism and Tylenol stuff comes in. It has nothing to do with autism. It has nothing to do with Tylenol. They are using things as an excuse because all of this is being directed to crush dissent. They want to study how autistic people react to misinformation because they're missing data on this. They can't predict how people will react because some people will react to things differently than the general masses. Now, they're suspecting that the people that react differently to their propaganda are primarily autistic people, which I actually disagree with. I think autistic people are far more likely to fall for conspiracies and buy into the propaganda. But they are using this in a way to research, what happens in your brain when you resist, when you disagree with something, when you're angry, and how to counter that with their fucking brainwashing machine. That's what this entire economy is built off of. It's grift and brainwashing. It's also what America's been built on for decades. We've been perfecting this technology since the 70s. We employ it everywhere.
And he gave some generic answer about curing diseases at an unprecedented rate and what a patriot he was. Then Larry Ellison
We cut all
swoops in to
disease research funding, so
Save the day. He steps back in, he took the mic, and he delivered this polished, technically detailed soliloquy. Now, I'm not going to get bogged down into the medical side of all of this because I'm not a doctor, but basically he launched into this detailed explanation about these little fragments of tumors floating around in your blood and how you can use these simple blood tests with AI to find cancers early. But through all of that, one thing was certain. The cancer pitch wasn't Sam's. It was Larry's. And with no doctor in sight for miles, it was clear that this was not a pitch for the scientific community. This was a sales pitch for the public. So I started digging into some of Larry Ellison's other healthcare major investments, and as it turns out, he is a major investor in a company called Imaging AI, which uses AI to extract real-time genomic data from medical images. It's meant for cancer.
They're also going to be using this for eugenics. Also, the NHS in the UK gives all of their data, like their medical data, to Palantir. Palantir works with Oracle. So you are having all of your medical data given to Oracle. Pretty sure Australia does the same. Autistic people are more likely to spend 4 hours researching a single topic hyperfixated IMO. I mean, that's also true, but that doesn't always equate to, like, researching the right thing. For example, QAnon is a good one here. Have you guys actually seen what, like, Q posts look like? We've talked about QAnon quite a bit, but the way that QAnon worked was bait for people that are curious, for people who like digging. Autistic people specifically got quite fooled by this. They would post nonsense. For example, here's a good one. Something like this. Q equals Alice. You'll soon understand the meaning behind Alice and Wonderland. Everything has meaning. God bless Q. They would post something like this with no other context. And then it would be people's jobs to, like, try and decipher the coded message, even though there's not really, like, an actual answer here. Like Alice being a keyword that then gets used in another one. We need to get organized. Things need to be solved to understand what's about to happen. Let's start with Alice in Wonderland. Hillary Clinton in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. Saudi Arabia, The Bloody Wonderland. Snow White, Wizards and Warlocks. So, like, they would put all of this in the post after the last post being like Q equals Alice, God bless Q, and all of that stuff. And so you look at this and you're like, okay, wait, if Hillary Clinton is Wonderland, then you have to find, like, who Lewis Carroll is, and then, like, the Bloody Wonderland, you have to go bring, like, Saudi Arabia into this. But none of this actually existed because this was built on the idea that was discovered through VR game development, which was, if in your virtual reality game, the tasks that the player must complete are completed, and the game doesn't tell you that it's over, like that you beat the game, that there's nothing left to do. The player finds things that don't exist, like puts patterns together that don't exist, and continues to play the game that you didn't build. Crossword clues and pop culture references, hat tips to pre-existing 4chan conspiracies. Essentially, yes. If there was an actual government mole dropping intel, he isn't dropping riddles, he's just selling classified shit to the highest Chinese bidder. It was actually Russian socializing Sapien because Q was primarily Michael Flynn. Is still Michael Flynn. He still talks about Q. And Mike Flynn was selling intel to the Russians. He was an unregistered Russian agent. There are more good people than bad. The Wizards and Warlocks inside term will not allow for the satanic, evil pieces of shit to control our country. Realize Soros, Clintons, Obama, Putin, etc. They're all controlled by 3 families. The 4th was removed post-Trump's victory. Like, again, most of this is nonsense. There's, like, a shred of relation to reality, generally, like, names and stuff. And then nonsense. Manafort was placed into Trump's camp as well as others. The corruption that will come out is so serious. Exactly. So, like, this was after Paul Manafort was found to be, you know, a Russian agent as well. Or, like, what was it? Like, Manafort was the one that had the $1 million rug, wasn't he? Like, they covered for their shit like this. It was all coded so that you put the meaning into it. It's ad-libs. Epiphania has the tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. Yep. His riddles just sound like 16-year-old MySpace poster going through puberty. That's because that's who it was directed to. I remember being like 19-year-old libertarian, think I was profound. Again, target audience. These are crumbs, and you cannot imagine the full and complete picture. If Trump failed, if we failed, Hillary, Ron, Clinton assumed control as we patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable. This was leaked internally and kept the delegate recount scam. Actually, to be fair, they did fuck Bernie over with those delegates. Again, touch of truth. Dig deeper, missing critical points to paint the full picture. There's simply no other way than to use the military. It's corrupt and dirty, as in, like, we need to send the military after protesters. Again, this was Mike Flynn, and again about Mike Flynn, if you aren't already aware, his job as a general in the military was... Hold on. Oh, that's why I can't find it, because I still have the search bar. We have Fort Bragg and the PSYOP unit, which was literally his job. He ran the PSYOP unit. I keep mistaking Flynn in my head for with an image of Peter Navarro. That tracks. Another federal prison guy, but you know, same. When I was 19, I wanted to abolish the state. Not much has changed besides my intolerance towards religious lunatics. Honestly, I'm more tolerant towards actual Christians now. I find myself defending Christ half the time because these people are so anti-Christ. At Fort Bragg, the U.S. military ran clandestine assassin program. Psychologists recruited men with a hidden capacity for violence and systemically stripped their humanity through forced viewings of snuff films until they were perfect cold killers. By the way, a lot of the violence that's done, like, for example, in this country over the last year had some tie to this. Remember the guy who did the Tesla bombing in front of the Trump Hotel in Vegas? He was from this unit, I believe. The Q post clues called crumbs, then reviewed by dedicated obsessives called bakers, because what bakers do, they turn the crumbs into new cakes. Exactly. Since 1961, the U.S. military procedures for the selection of personnel for specialized counterinsurgency and covert action tasks have been objective of intensive research in Army, Air Force, and Navy programs. In 1961, an Air Force project was initiated to develop a psychological selection method for dangerous counterinsurgency missions. A similar program followed that was conducted by the U.S. Army Professional Research Center at Fort Bragg Center for Special Warfare. The first testing of active duty Special Forces personnel who were considered successful candidates was already underway in 1961 and provided the basis for a profile that would be used to develop tests to determine probable performance for Special Forces candidates. Remember, during the War on Terror, during the Iraq and Afghanistan War, we were having such problems with recruitment that we were actually recruiting from the Klan, neo-Nazis, and extremists that were put in prison. And a lot of these extremists were hanging out in Afghanistan for years, in Iraq for years. And some of those Taliban in Afghanistan were, let's just say, pedophiles. They were a fan of the president. And Nazis, again, not all pedophiles are Nazis, but all Nazis are pedophiles. So Nazi pedophiles hanging out with Taliban pedophiles for like 5-10 years, get radicalized, and they come back home, and then they do violence here. Jesus do be based, though. I separate him from Christianity. True. Remember that multiple drug smuggling and intimidation violence cases that have happened around Fort Bragg in the last 10 years were not found to have been investigated by the relevant authorities at all? No, of course not, because it's literally a PSYOP center. There are many progressive Christians and some progressive denominations. Not all Christianity is fundamentalist or Christian nationalistic. That is true. Are you telling me that the theocrats abuse children? That's crazy. I'm telling you that every fucking conspiracy theory these people put out is now real, because every accusation is a confession. School collects information and predict a kid's future? Yep, we talked about it earlier in that as well. So does your workplace, and so does your healthcare. Damn it, I have to go back to a meeting. I'll be back. Have a good meeting, Jet. Another branch of the military psychology application to the elite counterterrorism units was atrocity research, quote unquote. Studies of why atrocities occurred and why the personality traits associated with the killer. A Navy research project led by psychologist Sigmund Struffert was the subject of awkward questions in 1971 by Congressman Cornelius Gallagher, who found the research to be, quote, designed to measure how different individuals value human life. In other words, to screen for those who attach little value to life might make good killers. Like, we're the bad guys and we been. More disturbing is evidence of research into the means of conditioning military personnel into more efficient killers. This is why I say the military is a cult, because it is literally a cult, and we've been brainwashing the soldiers since the 70s. U.S. Navy Dr. Thomas Nard lectured on, quote, symbolic modeling by which people could be taught to cope with certain techniques that he said were being used with, quote, combat readiness units to train people to cope with the stress of killing. The methods were reportedly used for commando teams and special Navy operations, and they involved the screening of, quote, films specifically designed to show people being killed in violent ways. By being acclimated through these films, the men were supposed to eventually become able to dissociate their emotions from such training. By the way, this exact tactic is what is used by groups like neo-Nazi groups like the Base, like the Community, like the Order of Nine Angles. This is how they desensitize young children and recruit them into their death cults and then have them go do terrorism. A literal, quote, how to make an evil henchman manual. Basically, yeah, Latino Afune. It is how to make a psychotic killing machine. There's a YouTuber called the Knitting Cat Lady who was raised in a literal cult and then escaped into the U.S. Army, and her take is also, yes, the Army is a cult. She is correct. She's actually a cult. She's one of the few cult experts who's ever been in a cult. Now, I disagree with her on quite a lot of other things. I think actually some of the Army brainwashing still sits in her head. She still has hope for the United States and that the military will help us. So, like, that's the brainwashing still working. Like, she's aware, and it doesn't matter. You can be aware that you're being brainwashed, and it will still work. Other aspects of the program included training aimed at stress reduction and dehumanization of the enemy. Like, dehumanization of the enemy. This is evil shit. They are people with a lot of drive, though they are well-disciplined and do not appear nervous, who periodically experience bursts of explosive energy when they can literally kill without remorse, Dr. Nerd said. He and his colleagues had therefore been looking for men who had shown themselves capable of killing in this premeditated way. It is insane. This has been happening for a long, long, long time. The tactics they utilized, from murder to hostage-taking, were those historically used by partisans resisting foreign occupation, but the targets were the people of the countries themselves. The revised FM 3122 guerrilla warfare deleted only part of the reference to hostages. A list of measures to control an unfriendly population and minimize its ability to collaborate with hostage guerrillas includes taking hostages. You guys understand that this applies to you as well, right? Like, they're using the military at home. They're using this against you. These psyops are regularly employed. QAnon was a psyop. Is this Schools of America shit? Well, I mean, this is where you get school shooters from, so yeah, kinda. The Psychological War Center's brief on the review military manuals extended, however, beyond the strictly limited range of materials published by its own specialty. Its critique of the draft revision of the Field Manual on Laws of Land Warfare, FM 2710, for example, suggested concern that Special Forces operations were too clearly prescribed by its interpretation of the law. The clause outlawing assassination, for example, was too broad. The distinction between assassination of an enemy, which is prohibited, and attacks on individual soldiers or officers of the enemy where they may be, which is permissible, is obscure. It is a way for them to grant blanket authority. You saw Israel do this as well when they took their Lavender AI and they told the IDF to listen to the AI's orders as if it is a commanding officer. It obscures accountability, obscures the rule of law. The draft seems to have been written with an eye to guaranteeing U.S. rights to protect itself against enemy guerrillas without consideration of the U.S. interest in guaranteeing some rights and protections to friendly guerrillas to the extent permitted by international law. This aspect of the matter should also be considered. Again, like, can the CIA officer be held accountable for a war crime? That's the end of this. Another aspect of the status is, quote, irregular military forces that should have been considered was the applicability of the laws of war to the CIA. Can a CIA officer be held accountable for war crimes? Yes, I would say so. I thought the Constitution protects essentially guerrilla warfare. The military can't occupy our property. We have the Second Amendment. The Constitution doesn't exist for you. It exists for them. Like the Third Amendment is that the military can't be forced to enter like your home. You don't have to host the military. This, for example, would apply to a business who doesn't want to let ICE agents use the bathroom there. The government is now arguing that it's terrorism. It's the Third Amendment. You don't have to let ICE into your coffee shop and use the bathroom. You have the right to say no. They don't care. The Second Amendment, that's my name, Bozo. The well-regulated militia, that's the National Guard. That's why the National Guard exists. You know, the National Guard that's currently being deployed to attack Americans and kidnap and disappear U.S. citizens. They literally exist because the whole point was if the government became tyrannical and tried to use the military against protesters, the National Guard's job was to fight the U.S. government. It is now terrorism to say that I want this regime to fall. Like the line famously isn't a republic, the line is a republic if you can keep it, essentially. The School Program of Americas was a training program used by U.S. Army to train soldiers of South American dictatorship to track, snipe, and torture specialist rebels across the second half of the 20th century. Exactly. Like, this comes from the shock doctrine. This goes very well with it. Again, the shock doctrine was something we discovered in the late 60s. It taught us how to do mind control, how to brainwash populations, how to control people, and we implemented that in the 70s all across South America, in Chile, in Argentina, in Costa Rica, in like all over the place. And we also did it to our own government. Mercenaries, paid soldiers were in Iraq. They're also being employed now. Again, like Blackwater, for example, is our Wagner group. What's the guy who runs Blackwater? He's our Prigozhin. I always mistype that. Yeah, fair enough. Constitution applies to U.S. soldiers. The Constitution doesn't apply to anybody if the government says they don't. Like, the law is made up. Eric Prince, that's our Prigozhin. Thank you, Buncore. Like, they commit crimes every day. Every day. Like, they're constantly committing them. So, like, it doesn't particularly protect you. Eric, no, it's Prince. It's Prince. And, by the way, like, this use of this technology currently on civilians, yes, it's to monitor you and to surveil you, but it is also to make you stupider. Blackwater is now known as Academy LLC. Thank you. That is useful to know. We got no common sense anymore.
Critical thinking, they're a distant cousin at this point. What about just thinking? Forget about critical thinking, they're a distant cousin at this point. What about just thinking? Anyone having a good think out there? Because every day I get on the fucking internet and I look at the comments and dear God, do they frighten me? One shining example that I'd like to share with you today is that there have been a lot of AI videos from that new Sora app that are migrating to different social medias. Yes, it looks freakishly realistic, but we are not talking about that right now, so let's just table it and we're moving on. I saw somebody look at this video and go, wow, it looks so real. How would I know? There was a baby riding an alligator. What do you mean? Oh, how did you know it wasn't AI? Because there was a child riding an alligator. Do you understand what's coming out of my mouth? Because at that point, it's not even an AI issue anymore. There's something much deeper happening on a psychological level, okay? There's something much deeper in its core. That's something that you need to fix. Because why would you... I saw another one where there was a baby walking a lion. And somebody was like, where can I take my kid to do this? What is it, a petting zoo? Are we...
I want off. I'm switching to YouTube video player. Twitch is so far behind for me. Is it? Oh yeah, we did have a big drop off like an hour ago. That might have pushed the stream back. I have not gotten the bitrate stuff up properly. I'm sorry, guys. You should probably watch on YouTube and use Twitch chat for the emotes. That's usually more fun. Easy mistake to make with them basically being homonyms in English. Not everyone can be an etymology nerd like me. Fair enough. And yes, this is properly neocolonialism. Bitrate is usually 2,500 to 4,000. I'm right now sitting at, where am I? 5,000 because I'm multi-streaming, so it's working. If I go over 6, it breaks Twitch, and if I go anywhere like lower, it breaks YouTube. So I don't know. Now, I want you to understand that not only is this technology being used to make you dumber, but that has a purpose. Again, like, it's that QAnon stuff. And if you are too dumb to realize what you are reading, to be able to analyze it, then you end up believing the wrong things. When you don't understand that supporting Russia is Nazism, it's my duty to remind you that is true. Russia is the original Nazi ideology made into identity and nation. Russia exported Nazism to Germany. Actually, that was us. America did quite a lot there as well. Also to the Middle East. Like right now, you see all of these people that are pro-Palestine that make the Jew comments, like the pro-Nazi comments in response to Israel. That's all Russia's doing. They did that. They want corporate tech to do our thinking for us. It kind of already does. The Russian Black Hundreds, ultranationalist and anti-Semitic groups in the early 20th century in Russia influenced Germany via white emigres after 1917 revolution. Exiles like Theodor Winberg spread the ideas such as the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, fueling Nazi and anti-Semitic organizations like the Aufbau Vereinigung, provided financial and ideological support to Hitler's early efforts, as detailed in Michael Kellogg's The Russian Roots of Nazism, citing the Tsarist police documents and the emigre writings. Most important Black Hundreds figure, Nikolai E. Markov, 1866 to 1945, former leader of the Union for the Russian People and the rightist faction of the 3rd and 4th Dumas, played a critical role in linking the Black Hundreds legacy to Nazism. Based in Germany, he became the chairman of the Supreme Monarchical Council, in open conflict with Aufbau for the leadership of the White Movement and for the succession of the Romanov throne. Markov supported Nikolai blah, 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 I don't care. Oh, there we go. He left Germany for France, and then returned to Nazi Germany in 1935 to take leadership of the Russian section of the Weltdienst Internationale Korrespondenz zur Aufklärung über die Judenfrage, something about international correspondence on Jews. The Anti-Semitic International Media Network, launched by Hitler. He died on April 22nd, 1945, in Wiesbaden during the last days of the Nazi regime. Like, all of this comes from fucking Russia. It also ruins the internet if you want to use it for anything else, like Alexander Dugin strat of flood the zone with conflicting narratives, conflicting truths, and make them shut down, just accept the official stories so they can be calm again. Yep, absolutely. That's also Bannon's strat, but like Bannon and Dugin have a very one mind. The Jewish question. The International something on the Jewish question was the name of the media organization. Operation SIG, launched by the KGB in 1972 under Andropov, was a disinformation campaign to incite anti-Israel hatred in the Muslim world by forging documents equating Zionism with Nazism, which it literally is, by the way. Zionism is Nazism. You can't be a Zionist unless you agree that Hitler was correct. It is anti-Semitic to be a Zionist. It's the same as Nazi. Even Albert Einstein in 1948 compared Zionists at the time to Nazis. And distributed anti-Semitic texts like Arabic, Protocols of Zion. It aimed to destabilize the Middle East, turning Arabs against Israel and the U.S. through propaganda, media, academia. Under Putin, a former KGB officer, these tactics evolved into the modern active measures via the FSB/GRU, using digital platforms to amplify anti-Semitic narratives. By the way, after we cut all of our soft power in Africa, they moved in, and now, like, every African country is pro-Palestine, but anti-Ukraine, and incredibly anti-Semitic, because America lost all its soft power, and the Russians and the Chinese went and took it. So I want you to remember that, because yes, they want to make you dumb, but they want to make you dumb so that you'll start believing this. And it's really bad, because the average reading level in the United States is a 6th grade reading level. Again, like when we talk about the fake Christians, they can't even read the Bible because that's a 12th grade reading level. Oh, what's up, Kiwi Heathen? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. And thank you.
The aversion of big words, as well as not understanding what words mean, is a big part of why I think Americans are so susceptible to diagonalism. Not the only part. Naomi Klein's book Doppelganger, she uses diagonalism
Great book to read, by the way.
outside of its original mathematical term. To refer to when one word can mean two completely different things, depending on who is talking. And she talks about how we have seen a rise of this in the United States since COVID. She talks about how in math, diagonalization is a clever proof technique. You take a list, you go down the diagonal, you flip the numbers to come up with something new. It proves that the original list was incomplete. It's a concept by George Cantor to show that infinities can be different sizes. Klein talks about how the far right does this, particularly Steve Bannon. According to Klein, when the
Dugin isn't really considered all that serious of a figure in Russia, to be honest. The real academics authorities that influence the Kremlin are Ivan Ilyin, Lev Gumilev, and surprise Carl Schmidt. You are correct, but also not. Dugin is very important. Dugin's just much more behind the scenes. Dugin is called, like, Russian media calls him Putin's brain. Dugin is very important. Don't forget, like, the current main loud voices, like Dmitriev, Kirill, who's very, very important and powerful. The drunk Medvedev. There's a lot of that there. I highly recommend people to read Timothy Snyder. True. Also, though, read. Is this the full? Yeah, here we go. Here's the PDF. Read Doppelganger. Read The Shock Doctrine if you haven't already as well. Listen to it on an audiobook. Like, it'll explain a lot to you. Beyond that, like, you don't really need to read all that much anymore. Like, they just say all this stuff regularly, openly, in fact. It's pretty obvious now, but you should read those.
The left complains about something, but makes an issue, ties the emotional appeal or fear to it, but then doesn't resolve the issue. And Steve Bannon in particular has been very good over the past couple of decades at coming in and flipping the meaning of that word or taking the opposite stance on an issue. But then those same emotions and concerns apply because they've already been assigned to that word. So she gives the example of how the left has criticized Big Pharma for a while, but hasn't done much to stop them. And then Steve Bannon came in during COVID and
Oh, whoopsie. I hit the mute button myself when I was trying to unmute myself. Thank you. Here's the conversation, which I'm surprised didn't paywall. Putin's brain, Alexander Dugin, the Russian ultranationalist who endorsed Trump. I'm actually surprised this one doesn't paywall, but here I'll link that. But also, like, I have more on this. We got CNN from March of this year referring to him as Putin's brain. But also, let me search here. Dugin. Let's see what I got in my source files, which are incredibly mixed up all over the place. Here we go. Got a couple. One. There's the other. So I showed this quite a bit before the election, and a lot of this actually tracks pretty hard. But this was written by Alexander Dugin. Europe must be brought in line with the broader multipolar world in which both Trump and Putin agree, as do Xi Jinping, the great ruler of Great China, and Modi, the great ruler of Great India. Therefore, Europe must become great or it will cease to exist altogether. Then we have down here, at the same time, Putin's Russia remains unchanged, remaining the same as before. In fact, in a certain sense, it will become a role model for the new Great America, as in we are Russifying. Then we have, I believe in the foreseeable future, that the modern world is an alliance between Putin's Russia and Trump's America. Ukraine must belong to us and no one else, not to Europe, not to America. At the same time, it is entirely conceivable that Canada will become the 51st state of the United States. We have no objections. Greenland will become America. We have no objections. And even if Western Europe becomes America, we probably won't object too much either. As Putin once said, the European elites are merely puppies wagging their tail before their American master. But it is ultimately of no concern to us. But Ukraine, Belarus, the Baltics, and part of Eastern Europe definitely belong to us in the new map of global redistribution. There are no questions about this. As for the Middle East, Russia is taking course towards establishing a union state with Iran. In this regard, we find ourselves at a contradiction with the United States. So what? It's not a big deal. Yes, the Russia-Iran union state will oppose the U.S.-Israeli alliance, but in the end, we will inevitably find common formulas for a truce. Ukraine, however, should play no role in this equation whatsoever. Blah, 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 blah. Like, full on. Putin already admitted all this publicly in his Tucker interview. Well, like, most of that interview was just him talking about Russian history. I'm aware of all this, but I've read some of his filthy books, and but the Western media vastly exaggerates Dugan's influence. I wasn't talking about Western media, really. I was just using them as an example because I was lazy. I was talking about, like, Russian media and how they refer to him. Now, he's definitely less in the forefront than before, but this carving up of the world is still the long-term plan. The Great China, Great India, Great America, Great Russia kind of sounds like, Greater Israel. It's all linked together in some fashion. In 1997, from one of his filthy books, in the Foundations of Geopolitics, he wrote, quote, Russia should introduce geopolitical disorder into an internal American activity, encouraging all kinds of separatism and ethnic, social, and racial conflicts, actively supporting all dissident movements, extremist race and sectarian groups, thus destabilizing internal political process in the U.S. It would also make sense simultaneously to support isolationist tendencies in U.S. politics. These are one-to-one what is currently happening. A lot of his ideas are lifted from Lem Guvilev's. From Lem Guvilev. I could see that. Again, like, these are all idiots, and they all kind of have the same schizophrenic beliefs. By the way, didn't anarchist firebombs Dugan's daughter? I'm surprised that dude's still around. They did indeed, yeah. Usually when he makes a post, half the comments are like, go cry about your daughter. Kind of like anytime I see Trump Jr. talking, or like Eric talking, it's like, go mow your mom.
And flipped the script to make it, oh, you want to trust Big Pharma with these new vaccines? Even though the person who ordered the vaccines made was Trump. Or people talking about, hey, we need to have more inclusion and belonging in our schools and workplaces. And then people who didn't want that saying, well, now I don't feel included or like I belong. And so now you're actually the excluder. In math, you're flipping the 0 to a 1 or vice versa. But in diagonalism, from an ideology standpoint, you're flipping the same issue to a different attribution. Instead of looking at a systemic problem that needs to be resolved, you're assigning it to what a lot of people would call a conspiracy theory. But
this is what we do with everything. Like, it's not just conspiracies. You don't even have to take this to the most extreme. You could take this to the simplest form of it. There is a problem, and we treat that problem like it is disconnected from everything else. Look at, first off, there is no crime epidemic, but look at crime. How do we treat crime? We put people in prison. How does that work? It doesn't work. It makes more crime. How do you stop crime? You reduce poverty. Poverty is the #1 cause of crime. But we don't look at that. We look at the problem and we just fix it. We don't look at why the problem happened. We don't want to fix why the problem happened because the problem is the point. I'm excluding. It's true. It's true.
Has roots and a real issue. It sticks. The real problem behind this issue is not doing anything about the original problem, which has been a complaint among Democrats for a while. And what also makes us susceptible to words and people changing the meaning is our very poor reading levels and our lack of critical thinking. Trust me, as a social class researcher,
we have a state crime epidemic. Yeah, we have a police brutality epidemic. We have a fascism epidemic and a white collar crime epidemic. That is true. That is true. There is a lot of crime happening on Wall Street, for example.
And I hate that education is associated,
Congress building
with a higher status and class. I don't believe it should be that way. I even have my own conspiracy theory that it was intentionally done this way to make sure that we're easy and gullible.
And it's worked. It's worked. Look at this. Look at a liberal yelling at Ken Klippenstein for doing his job. Ken Klippenstein, fantastic reporter, posts what Marjorie Taylor Greene said, quote, when we are not doing anything to adjust the cost of living, we aren't doing anything about Blackstone buying up houses where most young people can't find a house. They're having to compete in a bidding war, and we're not doing anything about it. By the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene was right about that. That is the primary reason for the housing crisis. It's venture capital firms and giant corporations buying all of them and keeping them empty. But then you get like a fucking, I don't know if this is a lib or not, but whatever. Nuremberg trials for journalists like Ken Klippenstein who uncritically platform Nazis while covering for their corporate dealings, aka Marjorie Taylor Greene trades Blackstone stock. Motherfucker, he's reporting the news more than almost any other journalist does. he's calling out the evil shit that they're doing. Like, NSPM 7 is only in the news because of Ken Klippenstein. The fact that everything's terrorism. And this idiot, probably a troll, honestly, probably a bot from the enemy, a psyop bot. But like, yeah, Nuremberg trials for Ken Klippenstein. And then people look at this and they believe it. Somewhat off topic, but here's a new book that could be interesting. Let's have a look. Philosopher in the Valley, Alex Carpentier, and the Rise of the Surveillance State by Michael Steinberg. That looks interesting. If it wasn't $30, I would totally read it. Speaking of, guys, support independent media. Your favorite streamers are generally broke. If you want to donate, you can use this link so you can donate to me directly without Twitch or YouTube taking half the money, or you can drop a sub on Twitch. It would be great. Support independent media, and I would appreciate it greatly. It's also my birthday, so, you know, give me money. I'm poor. But we continue on. The thing that they do not want from you, what they really, really don't want is this.
Why does it seem like when you make your voting decisions, they're based on capital rather than the working class? Billionaires and corporations got their tax issues enshrined into law forever, but the working class gets a no tax on tips or overtime that only applies to some of us, and now we wind up in a situation where we are.
That's a Republican town
With
hall.
all due respect, sir.
In Nebraska.
The Republican Party, now more than ever, represents the heart and soul of the working class.
Yeah, we have the heart and soul of the working class. We ripped it right out of the body, and now we are playing hacky sack with it.
I want to go right into this bill because I know this is something a lot of people have questions about. And quite frankly, from where I sit, there's been a lot of misinformation out there about the bill.
Would you sign on or write up a bill for Medicare for all? We've got Medicare now. We can start rolling back the age 5, 10 years at a time. Would you support that?
We can't afford that.
Yes, you can.
I truly believe this bill protects Medicaid for the future.
With $450 million FEMA dollars being reallocated to open Alligator Alcatraz and $600 million taxpayer FEMA dollars being used to now open more concentration camps and ICE burning through $8.4 million a day to illegally detain people, how much does it cost for fascism? How much do the taxpayers have to pay for a fascist country?
Americans went to the polls in November, and they had a choice between a Democratic candidate that had an open border, no enforcement.
I would like to remind you that when Republicans call their representatives to complain, it sounds like shit that we could never say. Ever.
Good afternoon, Senator Tillis.
That's how Northern Warbeck think about you Southern white trash. That's what the ones who won the Civil War think about you. Do you understand that inferior bad genes, inbred stupid you and all your people?
Yeah, Tom Tillis, afraid of death threats. Then get the out of office.
I would like to talk to Tom Tillis and ask him why he thinks it's okay for him to take money from this nation and it over. Why does he think that he can tell his employers to go themselves every goddamn day, all day long, and sell his goddamn nation out and his employers over? Don't he know that his employers can take a axe handle and cave his head in?
And I suggest...
Yes, it is the radical left that is violent. Sure, 100%. Yeah, we're the... again, there is no fucking shot that any of us could call an elected representative and speak like that. The privilege of being a white man? True. I wish I had the balls to call my rep and fed post like that. I mean, I'm sure these people get in trouble. Like the one who's like, I would cave your fucking head in with an axe. Like, yeah, I'm sure he got in trouble. Maybe.
Well, you're going to have to be very careful about going out in public or talking to anybody that's real, that's an actual American, because we hate you.
If I didn't have a broken back in Southern California, I would spend the rest of my life in federal prison for a chance to cut your throat.
So that's what Republicans sound like when they're mad at their representatives. And they're mad at their representatives right now. So, you know, shit's wild that they call us violent. Meanwhile, like, that is the average. Again, like, this is not normal for rural Nebraska. These are not what you expect at a rural home in a rural red state. It's not particularly common. So these are going to get folded into Antifa now, which means they're going to have the ability to blame this on the left, even though it is the right doing it, and come after us for it. It's just another way that they use these tactics. By the way, from Ken Klippenstein today.
You mentioned another example of something that's already happened, which is that major law firms, respected law firms in Washington, are instructing their clients to start comporting themselves, to start speaking differently so that you don't run afoul of this memorandum and have your tax status attacked, have the Treasury Department look at your cash flows, as it's actively doing right now in response to this memorandum. It tells the Treasury Department, go and look at organizations.
They're going to freeze bank accounts soon. They're going to financially sanction people that they don't like, groups that they don't like. It is going to start off slow and small, but with everything else, it's exponential growth. It's rapid. Again, like on the 30th day, if everyone's fucked, on the 27th day, only like 12.5% of us are fucked. On like the 28th day, it's only half of us. You're not going to see it all until it's already too late. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the donation. I really appreciate that. I know I have been in my official capacity anyway. You are based, Buncor. The shit they did to sex workers, they will start doing to political enemies. Yeah, they will.
That might be supporting groups engaged in that list of indicators that I described earlier. And as a result of that, these are not just, hard left groups. These are, according to these legal advice that I'm describing these organizations giving to mainstream liberal and democratic organizations, telling them, hey, you guys have got...
Yeah, I didn't see the notification either, but it popped up on the screen. It must have been in YouTube, but I can't see it. Either way, thank you. Much appreciated.
To make sure that you don't run afoul of this. That's going to have a chilling effect on speech, and that's something that we're already seeing happening. In addition to that, just one day after the memorandum was issued, Attorney General Pam Bondi issued a directive creating a anti-ICE crimes task force to protect ICE. And throughout that directive, she cites NSPM 7. So those are just two examples of what we have seen already in terms of material effects of this order. The question is how much farther it's going to go and to what extent it's going to activate what are called joint terrorism task forces, mostly established after 9/11, exist in all 50 states, represent thousands of federal agents.
Remember, they want to protect ICE, right? The people who are doing stuff like this. These are the ones that need protection? Let's see. Wait, no, that's boring. One. Here's a good one. These are the people that need protecting.
Fuck out of here! Real Americans don't want to.
Get the fuck out of here!
You fucking Nazi!
Fucking
Get the
Walgreens.
fuck out of here!
He's American.
He's a citizen! He's a citizen!
Why are you running? Because you saw you like.
He's a citizen!
We warned you that it doesn't matter if you're a citizen.
My brother-in-law!
Get the fuck away from me! You don't know what's going on, so get the fuck back. Back up!
I know that you're a fucking Nazi piece of shit. Again, these are all subhuman monsters.
Back the fuck up! Back up!
That's my brother-in-law.
Imagine thinking it matters being a citizen. It don't matter if you're even in America. They'll come for you outside of America. Nazi motherfuckers, you can't tell us what to do even. It's true. It's true. But, like, remember, these people are terrified by everything. The way that this happened is because the right managed to get Americans absolutely fucking terrified, shaking in their boots over, like, anything.
In South Carolina, this frightening scene appears all too real. Flames tearing through both stories of this suburban house outside Greenville. But the message from the home's owners, please stop calling 911.
It's all lighting. Each window has its own little setup.
It's just the latest over-the-top Halloween decoration from Sam Lee and his fiancée Amanda Pedden. All smoke and lighting. The display, they say, is a hit with most neighbors.
We do have a 1% that, don't like it, and that's understandable. They're entitled to their opinion, but we do it for the community.
If this is too far, what's not too far?
They
What's
call the
line?
police
And
over
who's to say
fucking
what that
Halloween
is?
decorations.
The couple gave the fire department a heads up about their elaborate display, but that hasn't stopped the calls from coming in.
Does this in any way take away
Like,
from the
again,
resources?
this is the most normal. Just last stream, I showed you a video of a woman who thought that, like, Halloween decorations are demonic and real. I showed you a congressman last week who said that, like, Halloween is serious because it's pagan devil worship and needs to be banned. Like, they actually believe this shit because they're that dumb. Because they were taught to be that dumb. Because it benefits the system for them to be that dumb. And in relation to them wearing masks, this is my reply. Always.
Get in the car right now. Get in. Get in. Shut the up and don't say anything, okay?
Please don't hurt me.
You said shut up.
Yo, please, I'm a U.S. citizen, guys.
Oh, for fuck's sake. God damn it. Everyone thinks we're ICE. We're kidnappers.
I'm here legally, okay?
Of course you're here legally. We don't get any money for an undocumented person.
Wait, what?
Hey, relax. I know you're probably scared right now, but don't worry. We're not going to deport you. We're just going to kidnap you.
Oh, thank God. That's awesome.
To do that. Like, you look like the bad guy in every black basketball movie.
Copyright music.
Okay, well, that's not the point. The point is we all hate Trump and everything he's doing.
No, really, we all hate Trump. We think he's a criminal. We think he's got no roadmap for this country politically and socially. And to be honest, we all voted for Jill Stein.
Yeah, and the stairs are making it really hard to import ski masks.
Okay. Anyway, tell us who to call for your ransom.
Open up,
Oh, ICE agents are monsters.
Anything funny.
You know what? That was good that I was muted because I messed up what I was saying there. That's my name, Bozo, so I gotta re-say that. Nazis and ICE agents are not people. You require the ability to do empathy, like to have a soul, to be a human being. Those are not people. Those are demons. Those are zombies. Those are ghouls and liches. I appreciate all of you, by the way. And I got you that link, Latino Mifune.
Hi, officer. How can I help you? Yeah, we got some reports about a guy getting dragged into a car kicking and screaming. Oh, yeah, we're with ICE. Oh, okay. Well, then you should have just said that earlier, brother. Yo, they're lying, bro. Hey, shut the up, you immigrant. They keep coming to this country. Learn the language. Hey, put your mask back on, buddy. You're doing the Lord's work, okay? You stay safe out there. Thank you, officer. Yeah.
Well, actually, they voted for Jill Stein. I'm thinking, oh, god damn it, they fell for the Russian propaganda. Of course they did, because that's what that was. All right, now let's talk about a little bit more some of these extremists on the right. Just like, what do they actually believe? Well, let me get some links up and ready here, because there's a lot on this. Thank you, JD Vance. You gave me plenty of content to cover. Holy shit, I got a lot. Okay. So to start off with, they fucking hate women. Obviously.
Let's go. As China deepens its presence in
Oh, those weren't just students socializing Sapien. People like JD Vance and Pete Hegseth were in that chat. Miller in that chat.
What role do you see for the U.S.?
I just like to watch your talk.
Sorry, no?
Okay. Good job.
Okay, thank you.
Good job. Thank you, darling.
Let's go.
We'll look at some of the other stuff Trump said today after. I couldn't understand what he's saying there. He's saying he ignored the question from the woman and said, I just like to watch her talk. Good job. Thank you, darling. I've taught many a Twitch mod how to do commands that wouldn't open a manual, but when commands are a toy in smaller channels, these same mods are ready to do bigger things. I still don't know how those commands work, so thank you. Here's Matt Walsh, a genocidal terrorist. Transgenderism is effectively over. We destroyed it. Clearest, most decisive cultural win that conservatives have ever achieved. As in, less people are openly identifying as trans because they get death threats and killed. So, you know. Have you ever heard of Rick Madden? He runs a group of foreign military that protest ICE facilities and protect protesters. I have heard of him, actually. I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me see that video, though. Yes, I actually watched half that. I think I have one of those, a video from that channel to watch today. Transgenderism is over, but Mr. President said everything, that transgender for everybody. I don't know, they can't keep a consistent narrative. Remember, like, all of this is just a group of people they want to exterminate. Once this is over, it's not like they stop. Remember, they're going after gay marriage, they're bringing back gay conversion therapy. Again, and they call people like child groomers and all trans people like want to rape children, blah, 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 blah. But then you look at MAGA pastor who wore Charlie Kirk's freedom shirt in a sermon, arrested for soliciting minors and distributing child sexual abuse images. Preaching about freedom while preying on kids, the literal, like, Republican way. Sure, you know? This is like the 5th one this week. Oh, here's another. Michigan Evangelical Church worship leader and Christian recording artist Zachary Radcliffe arrested for child sex crimes. By the way, this is what Trump said today when he gave Charlie Kirk a post-humanist fucking Medal of Honor or whatever the fuck, but, like...
Law enforcement fired sniper rifles at ICE agents.
Who fired sniper rifles at ICE agents? That's made up.
And me, you know. But I made a turn at a good time. I made a turn at a good time. I turned to the right.
Doubt the first assassination attempt was real. I thought it was real at the time, but it's weird that we still hear nothing about that guy. And the right loves to whine about shit. I feel like they would continuously complain about the guy that almost killed Trump, that shot him in the ear. But you never hear about it. You never talk about it. We don't know anything about him, other than like what we found out immediately following. And it's never brought up anymore. They bring up the shooting, but not the person. It's interesting. Does it always have to be child crimes? Can't anyone, like, sell drugs or something? No. Obviously not. Because child elicits emotion, and every accusation is a confession. They don't sell drugs. They do commit child crimes. So they have to say that one. Because that's how it works. It's just the opposite of what they claim. Unless they're claiming that they are doing and believe something, like, unless they're claiming their own belief, then it's usually true. If they're saying they're doing something, it's the opposite of what they're doing. If they're giving you a reason why they have to do something, it's the opposite.
Charlie couldn't believe it, actually. He said, how the hell did you make that turn? I said, I don't know.
Here's the other one. A MAGA church leader charged with raping children has been charged with 30 additional child sexual abuse charges. Another MAGA, another church leader. All of these people are child groomers. MAGA is the party of pedophilia. The fucking king pedophile has turned this country into greater little St. James. I don't know, if you're gonna do crime, you should at least do something people think is cool, but these guys can't even do that. Well, I mean, right now, we're committing crime, socializing sapien, and I would say that this is a cool crime to commit. Talking about how MAGA church leaders are pedophiles and keep getting arrested is technically under NSPM 7 anti-Christian and anti-regime. So that is a crime, technically, in America. It's actually terrorism to talk about this. Talking about how several Republicans keep landing in jail for raping children. Robert Morris, a Texas megachurch pastor and a friend of Donald Trump, has pled guilty to sexually abusing a child, and this is the only one that came forward. It's crazy how all of these creeps are MAGA. By the way, this one's followers said that God forgave him.
The man who once led one of the largest congregations in America. Today, walking into an Oklahoma courthouse, pleading guilty to sexually abusing an underage girl.
This has taken my entire lifetime to get here.
That girl was Cindy Clemishire, now 55. Inside the courtroom, delivering a message to her abuser through tears, as Gateway Church founder.
Now is not the time to politicize this issue, says the political group directly connected to the guys who keep doing the issue. Yeah, he got a whopping 6-month sentence. Well, he got a 10-year sentence, but he's only serving 6 months in a state jail. It's fucking insane.
Robert Morris admitted to 5 felony counts of
literally, like, this
indecent
country
acts
is
with a
just
child
greater
in the
St.
80s.
James.
People need to know who he is, that he came into our home as a pedophile, disguised as a preacher.
The abuse began on Christmas night in 1982, Cindy says, when she was 12. And
I don't know what that is, anarchist tech support. You'll have to explain that to me. The entrance to my Del M rabbit hole, the HopeCon link? Disguised as a preacher, sorry lady, but they seem interchangeable
Morris,
to me.
20.
Again, like, none of these people are Christian. These are anti-Christian people. Jesus would whip these people to pieces. Hold on. Here's another one. Again, like, the least Christian people you could possibly think of.
He is a Hitler-loving podcaster on a mission to convince young Christian men to hate, all in the name of God. And it turns out he calls Tennessee home.
Tonight you will
This is a fucking guy who says you should love Hitler for Christ.
meet that controversial figure who critics worry is leading a lot of young men across the country down a treacherous path. He said
these people need to go in the hole too. They get tried in Nuremberg as well. To talk about this in this way, some critics argue that this pastor saying that you should love Hitler for Jesus is leading people down a violent path. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
sat down for a one-on-one interview with News Channel, our state.
From the neo-Nazi in how mountains in
is an out.
He's not just about a God of love, but also a God of hate.
Slavery isn't outlawed in Scripture. It can't be. God doesn't change. God says it's permissible in the Old Testament.
His Bible quoting podcast.
And they all quote the Old Testament because Jesus disagrees with all of them. Notice how, like, Christian nationalists never talk about Jesus. They talk about the Bible. They often refer to the Old Testament, not to Jesus. And that's because Jesus is a woke socialist. Jesus was a brown man who was arrested and killed by the state enforcers, the police, for advocating that brown people and immigrants should have rights and be treated like, I don't know, like human beings, and should not be abused, and that we should abolish property ownership because private property is immoral. That is what Jesus believed. And, I don't know what to tell you guys, but that sounds like some fucking communist shit to me. If you are going to televise a Nazi death cultist, you need to humiliate them into oblivion. None of this, we're interviewing him just to understand him. Well, again, they do it to platform him. It's their job. Like, their job is to get you to listen to the Nazi and to not think about the fact that they are indeed a filthy Nazi.
When I talk to fascist Christian.
Jesus was a Palestinian man of color and a Jewish teacher. I mean, to be fair, like, he was creating a new religion. He was moving away from Judaism. They quote shit like Paul. They don't give a shit about Jesus. Of course not. Not sure of all the intricacies, but there's different laws governing sex crimes on tribal land, and the charges were under the jurisdiction of Osage County, so that pastor was able to qualify for a less punitive sentence. It's still pretty bad. Like, here.
When I talk to fascist Christians about the Bible and they start to lose the argument, they always say the same thing. Well, you don't really believe in God anyway. This is meant to just
I gotta go pee, so listen to Woke Bible School while I do that.
End the conversation. They don't want to confront the possibility that they've been lied to by hypocrites. If they just ignore people who aren't part of the club, then they never have to do any critical thinking. In the past, I'd usually just drop it, but you know what? No, we're taking Christianity back from the fascists. Just because I'm an atheist doesn't mean I don't believe in God. This sounds like a paradox, but hear me out. If you read the Bible in its original Greek and in context, the Bible actually defines precisely what God is, and the answer is physics. Welcome to Woke Bible School, where I tell the real story of Comrade Christ straight from the Bible. This is probably going to end up becoming a multi-part series because in order to fully make the argument that I'm going to make here, we're going to need a crash course in the ancient Greek language, Stoic philosophy, the scientific revolution, and quantum physics. But if you stick with me through this process, then we will have a coherent intellectual framework by which to reclaim Christianity from the fascists. So let's get to it. Obviously, the Bible talks about God all the time. But most of the time when God is mentioned, it's mentioned in a way that basically assumes that the reader already knows what God is. If you look through the Bible for specific information about God, statements like, this is God, or statements like, God is that, it is most often just characteristics of God. Like, God is love, God is light, things like that. They don't actually give a definition of God. Let me know in the comments if you have any other sources, but from what I can tell, in the New Testament and specifically in the Gospels, there's only one scripture I can find that offers a real literal definition of what God is. And that is the very first words from the Gospel of John. A traditional translation of this verse says, quote, "In the beginning was the Word,
Christ.
and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." Now, reading it like this, in my opinion, the scripture makes literally no sense. The closest plausible interpretation I can think of would imply that God is just a word. Like any word, its meaning
Really,
is
an egg
flexible,
command?
and it lies somewhere between what the writer intended and what the reader interprets. But that's just a tautology. It offers no new information about what God is. It's just saying God is whatever you think it is.
The thing is,
that this
like,
verse
socializing sapient, death isn't scary to them. They want to bring about the end of the world because they want death. Their whole thing, the Christian Zionists, is we got to get all of the Jews to Israel so that they can fight the Muslims, and then Jesus will come down and put all of the Jews in hell, and that's fine. Like, that's what they believe.
Considered supremely important by traditional Christians. It's basically the basis behind the Nicene Creed that established the concept of the Holy Trinity. Because in mainstream Christianity, the word is interpreted to mean Jesus. The reasoning goes like this. If the word means Jesus, and Jesus was with God from the beginning, and Jesus literally is God, then there you go. Jesus is just one aspect of God. This is considered a litmus test by Christians to determine whether you really count as Christians, and it's why people like Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses are usually not considered Christians by most Christians. Now, I'm actually going to partially agree with the self-proclaimed Christians here and say that I also think that this verse is supremely important. But I think it's been misunderstood and mistranslated. To illustrate why it's self-evidently obvious that this scripture is supremely important, just look at the first words. In the beginning. The same opening words in Genesis. Recalling our discussion about the role of the Old Testament in Christianity.
Notice how, like, this requires a level of critical thinking to understand, so no fucking wonder these people can't do it. It's a death cult. That's why Christian Zionists are working so hard to smuggle that one specific kind of cow into Israel. They already did. They killed 2 of them, Sundry Clown Car. They've already begun those sacrifices. They were carrying the ashes around, talking about how they were purifying people. I showed on stream like a week ago a Zionist soldier with a chicken doing like some magic ritual to put his crimes into the chicken so that he didn't commit the crimes. I don't know. Like, we had locust swarms in Israel and the Sea of Galilee turned red from a fucking algal bloom. It's some weird shit. Paul was actually the one that created Christianity. Jesus and his disciples lived and died as practicing Jews. It makes sense, sure. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's just these people don't believe their religion that they claim to believe. They hate Jesus. These people would crucify Jesus. Oh, by the way, like, they're all pedophiles. Condemning lolicon and incest is spiritually brown. As in, like, what? What the fuck? But this is the level of thought that exists on the other end. This is where they want you. They want to make you this stupid. This evil. Spiritually brown. Yeah, okay. They sit at the table that Christ was sent to flip. Then we got man charged with making death threats after Charlie Kirk death to have December bond hearing. A man from Tennessee who is an ex-cop posted a Facebook meme after Charlie Kirk's death, quoting Trump after the Iowa school shooting, saying, quote, "We have to get it over. We have to get over it. He has been arrested and being held on $2 million bail, facing years in prison." First Tennessean arrested in connection with threatening social media posts referring to Charlie Kirk's shooting death made his first court appearance as a second scheduled term bond. Larry Bushart, 61, of Lexington, Tennessee, was charged on September 22nd with threats of mass violence at a school. Like, these are all just right-wingers. Well, there's also the Politico Telegram job. Oh, don't worry, we're getting there. Building up to it. Someone threatened to kill... No, someone threatened to kill other people because of Charlie Kirk. This is also, like, constantly happening. They are killing people because of that. Then you got, like, people like this, who... This is another pastor. This is a fucking Christian pastor. Well, Christian pastor. The government has no responsibility other than to protect the rights of people and to provide national defense. A person who cannot care for themselves has no right to force another person to care for him. Government has no right to force one or more free citizens to support another citizen in any shape, form, or fashion. Parents are responsible for their children. Community support parents as needed. Government has no soul. People have souls. Government will not appear before God. People will appear before God. This is Antichrist shit. Literally, like, Jesus' teachings is that you should care for your neighbor. Love thy neighbor. Everybody. That doesn't say, like, love thy citizen neighbor. It's love thy neighbor no matter what. It is, the government has no right to force any person to care for themselves. Jesus literally said you should sell all of your shit and give it to the poor. Jesus has also said that all rich people go to hell, functionally. That it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich person to get into heaven. Hell, fucking Trump even knows it. Even Trump knows it.
You had talked a couple weeks ago, you were doing an interview, and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
I mean, you know, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven, okay? I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but go ahead.
Like, even he fucking knows it. Even he knows it. Oh, also, before we get to, like, the more current stuff, I gotta show you some updates from prior stories that we have covered, because these are some juicy updates. For one, we finally have a released video of the guy who tried to burn down the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, Ben Shapiro.
Pennsylvania.
God, I can't remember his name. The governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro's house. I do think this is more kind of a, oh, poor me kind of attitude, like manipulative old relative. Yeah, it's all built on that. But it could be him being genuine. I wouldn't count that out. No, like, he's well aware he's not going to happen.
Right now, Jessica, go ahead and update our viewers.
That's right. The man accused of firebombing the Pennsylvania governor's mansion earlier this year just pleaded guilty to a slew of charges that include attempted murder and terrorism. And this is chilling new video. You see him right there. The DA's
already just right-winger coded.
Just releasing this, showing 38-year-old Cody Balmer walking around the governor's mansion in Harrisburg on the night of April 13th.
Yeah, he has the hammer like dude was trying to pull a Paul Pelosi.
Cocktails in the home while Governor Shapiro and his family, including his children, were sleeping inside. CNN's Danny Freeman is in Philadelphia. And Danny, we know in just a few moments.
I don't care about the talking heads. Obviously, this was a right-winger, just like the judge's house that got set on fire this week or last week. Just like all of the terrorism that happens in this fucking country. Oh, and remember the arrest of the Newark mayor when he tried to enter an ICE facility that he had the right to enter in Newark, New Jersey? Well, we got body cam footage. This is a little late on my part. I meant to show this earlier, but it shows a lot. Here's the body cam footage before the arrest.
Put mayor in handcuffs, okay? We put mayor in handcuffs, okay? We are arresting the mayor right now. Per the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. Anyone that gets in their way, I need you guys to give me a perimeter so I can cuff them and get them on there. If you have body cams, turn them on, okay?
Got off the phone with the AG, says, we are going to arrest the governor. I need all of you to get ready to arrest the governor. If you have body cams, turn them off. After getting off the phone with the Attorney General, while legally arresting a state governor.
His security clearly has is on and went for body cams, turn them on, okay? He advised his security clearly has is on and went for his weapon while we were engaged. So please let's just be careful. Welcome back in here. Okay. I already told him on camera that he was under arrest. We're gonna place him under arrest. Come on. All right, guys, stay with me. Be careful. Go around.
Yeah, that's the one. I'll bring it.
Like, the turn your body camera off thing is fucking insane, but no, they literally got off the phone with with the AG and was like, alright, okay guys, we're about to start doing crime, so you better deactivate all of your recording gear. Essentially, yes. But you have to understand what these people believe. This is what's come out today. Everyone's seeing this. I love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republican racist chat. I need you to understand, this is not just young Republicans. There were adults that had access to this chat. J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth rather, Stephen Miller. All were involved with this. Here's some quotes. Everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. Also, we are officially under consideration for a Trump endorsement. I'm ready to watch people burn now. Great, I love Hitler. You're giving nationals too much credit and expecting the Jew to be honest. If we ever had a leak of this chat, we would be cooked. When do we start bullying, dude? Boom, they're dead. Everyone that endorsed but then votes for us is going to the gas chamber. Stay in the closet. I get. This girl is fully raped. I love watermelon, blah, 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 blah. Like, these people are all my age. I'm in my late 30s. Yeah, I'm 30 years old today. So, these are people my age. There's people younger, like there are actual younger Republicans, but there's also fucking full-on adults. I can't say I'm surprised. Yeah, you shouldn't be. New York leaders of the Young Republicans group throughout the country worried what would happen if their Telegram chat ever got leaked. Fucking Telegram. Also, remember, Telegram is where all the Russian propaganda is, so these are all intertwined with the Russians. And don't forget that also groups like The Base, Order of Nine Angles, like terrorist groups, Terragram, like they all operate on Telegram as well. They will mandate behavior and then effortlessly grant themselves an exception because they believe themselves exceptional. That is indeed what they are currently doing, Sundry Clown Car. You are correct. So William Hendricks, the Kansas Young Republicans vice chair, used the N-word in several fashions, variations of a racial slur more than a dozen times in the chat. Bobby Walker, the vice chair of the New York State Young Republicans at the time, referred to rape as epic. Peter Guinta, who at the time was a chair of the same organization, wrote in a message in June that everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. I'm only 6 months off being 32 and it eats my soul away. That's my name, Bozo. I'm actually fucking happy to be 30. 29 did not treat me well. I was engaged when I was 29, alright? No longer engaged. I saw like democracy collapse. I'm hoping 30 treats me well. I mean, we got several other countries that have overthrown their governments. I feel more alive than I ever have. Like, I feel in danger, but the constant reminder of mine and everyone else's mortality has resulted in me feeling more alive than ever. I don't want to be 30. I'm still doing the same job I've done for 10 years. Low-key have a midlife crisis. You can do whatever you want. Like, really. I didn't think I could do this. To be fair, I don't make enough money to keep doing this, but somehow I manage. Like, I do not make enough to continue doing this, and somehow I've been doing this for over a year, and I ran out of money like a couple months ago. There's always a way. There is always a way. If you hate what you do, find something else that you enjoy. You do better work when you enjoy your job, and you're more likely to be successful. Now, obviously, like, it's not like you can't just stop doing your job, but you don't worry about being 30. Being 30 gives you more opportunity and more room to move your life around. People don't look at you like a child as much when you have an age that begins in a 3. I'm glad that you're feeling good about it. I can understand turning 30 can be emotionally difficult for some people. Yes, but like understand that that's also a piece of the propaganda. Getting older is not a bad thing. It's like being anti-sex. Like you're removing a function of humanity. I like getting older because getting older means I'm still living. I've survived this long. I personally did not think I would make it to 30. So, you know. I'm still immature as a child, though. I no longer retain the excuse of my youth. You think I'm mature? Like, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about how other people view you. They're all stupid and believe in shit like this. Like, don't care. You should not care what other people think about you, in general. If someone says something nice to you, take that compliment. If someone says something mean to you, make fun of them. Happy birthday, Zora. Not sure I heard that right. Thank you, Ethan. I do appreciate it. Don't think of it as getting older. Think of it as telling the Grim Reaper to fuck off for another year. Exactly. It is continuing to move. You know, it's you're not stuck in one place. Also, obsessing about being young is literally capitalist patriarchy brainwashing. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. I think of it as getting closer to seeing all my ops fall. That too. Think of it as you are growing and you have the ability to help with that. Again, like these are our ops here. This is the 15,000 member political organization for Republicans between 18 and 40. Quote, I'm going to create some of the greatest physiological torture methods known to man. We only want true believers, he continued. Man, I don't know, fuck getting older. This feels like cope, but good cope. It is cope, but it's good cope. It's also, like, not incorrect. Again, like, the obsession with youth is literal capitalist patriarchy brainwashing. I argue, like, if I could be one age forever, be my mid-30s, like, early 40s, I would probably stay, like, in the 30s, yeah. Now, here's some of these leaked chats. Everyone that votes no is going in the gas chamber. When do we start bullying, dude? We have 3 people who can probably have them want to jump. If they vote for us, why should they be gassed? When do we bring that side out? I'm going to create some of the greatest psychological torture methods known to man. We only want true believers. Can we fix the showers? Gas chambers don't fit Hitler's aesthetic. I'm ready to watch people burn now. We can pretend that we like them. Hey, come on, that's a nice shower, relax, boom, they're dead. This is the kind of stuff that they're talking about. And they get mad when we call them Nazis. Stop buying that shit. Stop listening to them talk. Like, even allowing them to speak for 5 seconds where you pay attention is harmful. Just call them a demon, a Nazi, misgender them, call them a slur that they would get offended by, and then move on. Just move on. I'm ready to watch people burn now. Like, there's a lot here. The 2,900 pages of chats shared by a dozen millennials and Gen Z Republicans and adults between early January and mid-August chronicled their campaign to seize control of the National Young Republicans organization. Here's one of the dudes. Like, there's a lot here. I would very, very much recommend reading this in full. I'm going to show you some of the clips, though. Also, I have to say, most of the men in this chat look like overweight lesbians. That is pretty common, honestly. It's always dudes that look like this that think that they're the master race. Always dudes that look like this who think that they are the master race. Cutting off a member of the Young Republicans by going, yeah, whatever, liberal, walk away. Yeah, kinda, yeah. Call them a lib. And then walk away. And to be fair, like, they are doing liberal fascism. They're more lib than we are. These are the people who think they're the fucking master race. Holy shit, he has a head size of Hassan and the body size of the Big Show. Yeah. By the way, JD Vance saying, this is far worse than anything said in the college group chat, and the guy who said it could become the AG of Virginia. I refuse to join this pearl clutching when powerful people call for political violence. Is that a trans man? Could be. JD Vance is referring to this message from, I guess, a liberal, saying, you weren't simply asking questions and you know it. The right-winger responds, I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were trying to talk about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. Sorry, I had this the other way around. This is the liberal. This is the right-winger in the blue. So JD Vance is saying that, yes, people need to suffer for them to learn their lesson is worse and calls for more political violence than, can we fix the showers? Gas chambers don't fit Hitler's aesthetic. I'm ready to watch people burn now. We gotta pretend like that we like them. Hey, come on, take a nice shower, relax, boom, they're dead. So he's arguing that saying, yeah, like, you know, I hope someone has harm done to them is worse of a thing to say than we got to start tricking people to kill them. And JD Vance was in this chat. He was. So was Miller. So was Hegseth. JD was... No, he was in that chat. I'm telling you guys. He was in that chat. It is confirmed. Vance is okay with this. Great, I love Hitler. This probably shouldn't have on my work computer. The Spanish came to America and had sex with every single woman. Sex is gay. Sex, it was rape. Epic. Like, these are the posts. I'd go to the zoo if I want to teach monkey play ball. That's not how it worked. Their premise is wrong. They were never nice to people. They genocided. They just didn't tell them. No, he's saying they should do that. That's what he's saying. Obviously, like in the past, they didn't tell people. Talking about hoping that children die. That's JD's bar. I guess this Harvard graduate lawyer has forgotten everything that he was taught about experiments or what can you expect from an Ohioan? True. Honestly, true. What can you expect from an Ohioan? This is a man who's a hillbilly and a hick. And Peter Thiel really just puppets him with his hands so far up his ass that it's mostly Peel. But he may have been in that chat, but I wouldn't dismiss that he was probably gooning to couches too. Oh, I mean, that's regular behavior. But again, you know, I got banned from Twitch for 30 days for saying that you don't have to feel bad when bad things happen to bad people that you did not do. Even if you, advocate against doing bad things, just a random bad thing happening to a bad person and you enjoying that is not immoral. I got banned from Twitch for 30 days for saying that. You wouldn't ban me today, would you, Twitch? Again, like, they don't believe in any of that. And so them saying, by hoping somebody gets hurt so they will learn a lesson is worse than just openly loving Hitler. Vance wasn't even a real hillbilly. He was from the upper class Ohio suburb. Yeah, of course. He was the type of person who is a racist, but is the type of racist who doesn't think that he's a racist. He thinks that he's better than the other racists because his racism comes from this fake science, not just like feeling. They're saying the quiet part out loud very loud these days. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Again, like, Antifa are the real Nazis. Meanwhile, like, I don't know, let's put people in gas chambers. I'm going to create the greatest psychological torture methods known to man. Like, we should convince people to jump off a bridge, blah, blah, blah. Like, these are the terrorists. These are the extremists. All of them are. Here's one that got leaked. This one's fucking mad. A friend of mine got blackmailed into leaking these chats. A total fucking coward and a useless piece of shit. One of the people in here, he attended his wedding with me and still sold him over to the devil. All of these useless YR beef, and the GOP condemned them. Fuck these people. The GOP treated to fire my friend and vice chairman from his AG job because of TikToks I posted about immigration. I wasn't allowed to talk about replacement theory or any mainline immigration stance. They asked me to resign over Trump's green card diploma mill comments. I was blacklisted by Young Republican Nationals, blocked by their account because their leader is a BLM sympathizing closet case. Everyone in this article is a patriot, and everyone attacking them is a dirty, treacherous, impotent, cowardly bundle of sticks. They all deserve to be destroyed. This is a Nazi. None of the people in that chat are patriots. All of them are terrorists. These are people that GI Robot should pay a visit to. Like, I watched bad things to bad people and felt nothing, and academically that sucks, but bad people have spent their entire adult life applying a hot wire to a part of my brain that feels unconditional love for all humans. Absolutely. And that's why they don't want you to, be happy when bad things happen to bad people. I don't care. I got banned for OMO jokes, getting neck cramps. Fair, yeah. I'd hate to give Richard Tania credit for anything at all, but he wrote about this kind of stuff a few years ago. It's all vice signaling, they do believe. Yeah, no, exactly. It's vice signaling. I watched the Creature Commandos thing recently. Yep. I haven't seen it, but I've seen some of the clips. Everyone in this article is a patriot. Yeah, for certain parts of Germany, sure, exactly. Like, these are demons. These are ghouls. Her name is Emily Wilson. I'm old enough to remember that when admitting you're a Nazi was a career-ending mistake. Now in 2025, it's merely an admission that you support Trump. Yeah, remember like 5-6 years ago where it was funny to make fun of Hitler? I think we got that, Jimmy Normandy. It's still insane, because I got banned for a week for saying that, and I'm fucking queer. I can say queer, which was also a slur when I was growing up. I got called, the F slur and queer growing up. I can say one, but I can't say the other. For some reason, we don't reclaim slurs anymore. Meanwhile, I think you should call Nazis the F slur. So, Yeah, I forgot slur used to be queer used to be a slur. It was indeed. James Gunn literally uses Peacemaker, Superman, CC to Fed posts. It's hilarious. That's kind of why I want to play Wolfenstein at the end of stream today. I might not have time because I gotta get off in about a couple hours because I have friends coming over tonight for my birthday.
And now that I know they're white supremacists, I will support them even more than I already do.
I know, right? Infallible Foul, I say some crazy shit. My first ban was a week for calling a Nazi the F slur. And then my second one was for saying that you don't need to feel bad for having Schadenfreude, that it's not immoral to have Schadenfreude. That was my second ban. I'm gonna get banned again real quick. Seems as if Elon's throwing his money at just about anyone. I mean, often. Thank you, Infallible Foul. Far-right UK activist Tommy Robinson says, no. Elon has been funding the right in the UK. So, I've talked about the UK in general, broadly. It's a mess over there. Reform's gonna win, the UK's gonna fall, and Reform is fully infiltrated by the Russians. It's basically the Russia party. So, you have to get off the wording. Yeah, funny. Back, luckily nothing terrible happened at the meeting. That's good, Jet. Good to hear. I want to see what this is.
You want to crash out? Fine, I'll fucking give you one. If we don't wake the fuck up soon, and I mean quick, fast, and in a fucking hurry, we are fucked like a football bat. We got the Department of Homeland fucking Security out here sharing hype videos of ICE agents flying in on American cities, banging indoors, jacking people out of their houses, zip tying them in the streets.
Zip tying naked children in the streets. I thought it was the coverage of Gen Z. I mean, I talked about the uprisings earlier.
Naked and then carting them off in the back of U-Hauls with no warrants or due process like it's a fucking trailer to the newest Call of Duty game. And the worst part is, I gotta watch some of y'all cheer it on like you're watching a fucking football game. And then the cherry on top of it all, I gotta sit here and listen to y'all call yourselves Christians? Bullshit. You don't get to call yourself a Christian and then advocate and fucking laugh when families are torn apart outside of courthouses of people trying to come here the right ways. You don't get to call yourself a Christian and then think it's okay that the highest court in the fucking land just gave a green light to ICE agents to be able to fucking target people because they are brown or speaking Spanish. It makes me sick to my fucking stomach that I gotta be lumped in with you when people think of Christians in this country.
Not a single wrong word. Yeah, go off, King.
It makes me feel physically fucking ill to know that when people think of the loving Christ that I know, that gave his life for us, they will think of you instead. You are not Christian.
I am an atheist who was born Muslim, and I am more of a Christian than these people. I turned in for that, but you were, well, a little too hard. I lived out and ran. Fair. Fair.
You use Christianity as a shield to hide behind when you need to justify the hate that you have scalded into this world. People tell me all the time, why don't you just shut the fuck up and sing, man? Keep politics out of it. Don't you think I would love to? Don't you think I want to just come on the internet and show you my love songs or my breakup songs that I've been writing? But you got the same phone I got, dog. You're telling me you don't see this shit? When you're laying in bed at night and you're scrolling on your phone and you see the same videos that I see, do you not think to yourself, damn, there's got to be a better way that we can fucking do this? Have we really become this numb to treating human fucking beings like this? I started writing songs about this shit because I'm not oblivious to the platform that I have, and I recognize that my voice could go further than most. I also believe that music is one of the most powerful tools that we will ever have. I knew being a country artist I was going to get some backlash for the things that I was about to say, and I knew that I was risking my career because of it, because I'm a small artist who didn't have a big fan base to fall back on already. But I said the shit anyways with my whole fucking chest, because if you think that I'm going to sit back and watch the America that I love to my fucking core be beaten to its fucking knees without saying a word, then you got me fucked up. And the only regret that I have is not saying something sooner. I would rather my label call me the fuck up and drop me right after posting this video and have no career at all than live in a world where what is happening right now is happening and I don't say a fucking thing like most of these artists do. So if you gotta leave, I get it. But either way, I want it to be crystal fucking clear what side of history I'm on. Oh, and by the way, this shit drops at fucking midnight.
Copyright. But, nah, go off, King. Like, not a single disagreement with what he had to say there. Now, let's move on and take a look at, how members of the government are responding to, the Young Republicans thing that came out. Actually, hold on, I have one more first, and then we'll talk about that. Different, people in the government responding to the Young Republicans thing, and then we're going to talk about what's happening in Chicago and Oregon. So to start off with, I would like to show you guys Roger Stone, who matters again now. He was far more important during the first Trump regime. This is the second one, but Stone also condemned the comments in a statement. I, of course, have never seen this alleged chat room thread. If it's authentic, I would, of course, denounce any such comments, blah, 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 blah. But let me get to Stone's racist commentary. The N-word, stupid N-word, token, Uncle Tom, Mandingo, house N-word. Call Roger Stone a porch monkey, please. A black man needs to go over there and do it. They hate you so much that you could just call them the slur they want to call you. And it works. It works. I'm not even reading this. It's insane to think that this person could claim that they don't support this. I don't think you could say any of those words. Yeah, literally. I can't say... I said the one that I can say because it's two different words that are unrelated. Please, a black man needs to go up and start calling these people that. I need Hispanics to start calling these people slurs for them. I need Muslims to start calling them terrorists and Islamists. Please, begin. Now, how did Kathy Hochul react? Well, I'm curious. I haven't seen this yet. Hey, I used one of those words today. Good for you.
Question? Politico reported on a group chat of a bunch.
I think saying Uncle Tom is fine, by the way. I mean, yeah, because that could have several meanings. I also think that, you can call, Caitlyn Jenner and Uncle Bruce, because it's just the trans variant of that, because Uncle Tom meant a black man who likes white men and supports white men over black men. Calling a trans woman an Uncle Bruce is the same of that. It's a trans person who supports the people who hate trans people. I call them Jesus jihadis. I call them American ISIS. Malcolm X famously coined Uncle Tom against pacifist blacks and liberal-minded black people. And now Malcolm X is sitting in heaven with Charlie Kirk. Just hanging out. I have heard of Sleep Token. I know the lead singer for Lorna Shore. Or Uncle Ruckus. Yeah, but that's a little bit of, you have to, like, seen the Boondocks for that one. National Lawyer Guild phone number? Based.
The Young Republicans. I'm wondering your thoughts on that, and does this reflect, you know, is it just some bad
God, it's so quiet.
in this chat, or do you think that there's a toxicity around the entire party?
Some bad apples. These are the future of the Republican Party. This was
bad apples.
So vile. It is hard to find the words to put into context.
Bitch, they're Nazis. Half the chat was talking about loving Hitler and wanting gas chambers. Just call them extremists, terrorists, and Nazis. Grow a pair. Grow a spine. What are you, an invertebrate?
That these are people who are part of a political party, one of two major political parties, and they believe in gas chambers and rape and discrimination based on the color of people's skins. These are racist.
You can't even say that they said they love Hitler. For a few bad apples. Me, no honey, the entire orchard is rotten. It's literally spawning zombies.
Sexist, disgusting remarks. And I would say this. We have a leader from the Republican Party in this state, the highest ranking individual, who in the backdrop of all this calls our candidate for mayor, one of our candidates for mayor, a jihadist and a terrorist, and then somehow says, oh, what they said, these young Republicans, was wrong.
Now, she's right. You could say that a lot better, though, Kathy. You could say, well, look at this. The Republicans call Zoran Mamdani a jihadi terrorist, where he's talking about getting people, like, access to food for cheaper and reducing prices and making sure, like, New Yorkers have a place to live and are getting, you know, pay that is equivalent to their needs, that they can use public transportation. That is a jihadi terrorist. But the people who are talking about how much they love Hitler and want gas chambers. No, those aren't. Those are fine. Is she talking about Zoran, the candidate that she refused to endorse? Yes, she is. Like spineless fucking cowards. You could just call them Nazis. They're doing it themselves. Then you look at the Homeland Security Twitter page. It's fucking insane. Can you believe this guy? Governor Pritzker threatening to prosecute law enforcement for enforcing the law and arresting murderers, pedophiles, rapists, drug traffickers, and gang members is disgusting. No wonder Chicago's murder rate is 330% higher. Like, who cares? His conduct is directly contributing to domestic terrorists attacking our brave law enforcement. Again, they're the terrorists. They're the ones attacking. The people showing up to these protests are not showing up ready to fight. We'll see that in a second as well. Also, the fact that, like, all of these different, like, terrorists, rapists, drug traffickers, they have to do this. They have to. The Nazis must make their enemy the scariest possible thing. At the same time, the weakest possible thing. Remember last year we were weak-lived snowflakes they were licking the tears off of, and now we're domestic terrorists and a threat to ICE, which is funded more than most global militaries. This mainstream Republican, the literal goddamn president, calls this a jihadi communist, and these guys, bad apple, 30-year-old children calling this guy a jihadi communist also. Let's, a pack of lone wolves, I guess. Exactly.
The tables will turn someday. These people should recognize that maybe they're not going to get prosecuted today, although we're looking at doing that, but they may get prosecuted after the Trump administration for the things that they did because the statute of limitations won't have run. The tables will turn.
I don't give two fucks about the statute of limitations in this case. Like, the law's dead. America's dead. We're not getting that old country back, and I don't want it. ICE officers pushed a photojournalist to the ground at an immigration court, 26 Federal Plaza. The photojournalist couldn't get up afterward. EMS was called. Now let's look at Pam Bondi, who was on Fox News today. These are new, so I do want to see these before we get really into the meat of the protests, the war, really, the battle for Chicago and Portland.
Weeks. In LA, they declare a state of emergency and to aid residents hit by immigration raids. How, Madam Attorney General, how is that not aiding and abetting in law breaking?
It is, Sean. It is. And, you know, you've got
weeks.
Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to talk about this, but Pete Hegseth wanted all of the media to sign like a fucking piece of paper that said that they had new rules, and all of these said no. They refused to sign. Following media outlets have publicly announced their refusal to sign today's pledge for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth agreement to new rules and restrictions placed on the Pentagon Press Corps. ABC, Al Monitor, AP, The Atlantic, Aviation Week, Axios, Bloomberg, Breaking Defense, I don't even know what that is, CBS, CNN, Daily Defense, Defense News, Defense Daily rather, Defense One, The Economist, The Federal Times, The Financial Times, Fox News even said no, The Guardian, The Hill, HuffPost, Military Times, MSNBC, NBC, The New York, like they all said no, even Newsmax, like, I think OANN is the only one that said yes. RIP USA, it had a good run. Isn't it weird how, Russia seems to have won the Cold War? Like, the Soviet Union doesn't really exist anymore, but the Russian government is essentially still the Soviet Union. The Bezos, Times, Fox, NPR, everyone, like, except, like, the goddamn OANN. Yeah, state media. Let's continue.
In LA, they declare a state of emergency and to aid residents hit by immigration raids. How, Madam Attorney General, how is that not aiding and abetting in law breaking?
It is.
Oopsies, all right, let's continue. Then we got this one.
I mean that Antifa is not a real organization. We've known it's been a real organization for the longest time. I think getting to the bottom of who is okay, now we're getting somewhere. And I read that Glenn Beck recently got asked by the FBI about what he knew about the funding, because this is something he dug into, you know, the years he was at Fox. And he believes that there is a funding effort, which to me I conclude what it seems to be is they want.
Her job is to aid lawbreaking, Sundry Clown Car. So
want to bring down American society. They are working against the American people. What would that be? What would that be called?
It would be organized crime, and that's what they're doing. And you're watching it in Portland. Portland really is the prime example, and President Trump just had so many of the influencers whose lives were threatened, who were Caitlyn.
Yes, you know, like Jack Posobiec, who talked about how Antifa's been a problem since the Weimar Republic, and Nick Sorter, the dipshit who likes to go around and try and instigate violence at protests and then blame the left for it for attention.
A woman who had the black eye from an Antifa member. They're threatening them online with violent acts. It's organized crime. They're completely organized. They're at all.
Speaking of organized, let's, oh wait, first off this one.
He talked about if they will not enforce the law, if they will not keep American citizens safe in towns and cities, that it may result in him invoking the Insurrection Act. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the legality of that.
Sure. He absolutely has the right to do that, the legal authority to do that. We didn't have to do it in Los Angeles. They came in, they cleaned up the riots. You saw, look how much better LA is after the president brought in the National Guard. But look at Portland, look at Chicago.
It's a literal war zone where they're arresting everybody. They're shooting lawyers, journalists. They threaten to shoot and kill like emergency services, like a fucking ambulance, EMTs. Oh, by the way, this happened today, which is fucking insane.
Ukraine? We'll be talking about Ukraine, yeah. I mean, I have the president coming in on Friday, and I know what he has to say. He wants weapons. He would like to have tomahawks. Everyone else wants tomahawks. And we have a lot of tomahawks. Tomahawk is do you need any tomahawks in Argentina?
You can cross Moscow, tomahawks.
You need them for your opposition, I guess, because see, in this country, they'd use tomahawks for the opposition. I don't do that. I'm much nicer.
When the fuck did the Democrats tomahawk bomb the Republicans? Someone please tell me. What the fuck? In this country, they use them on the opposition, but I don't do that? When the fuck did the Democrats use a tomahawk missile to bomb the Republicans? I beg of you. When? Alright. Let's talk about how to identify a fascist, and then we'll talk about the battles.
Is Antifa the violent, militant wing of the Democrat Party?
I love the Chuck Schumer
video. Are they a mysterious, secretive, dangerous organization?
Jack, please say a few words.
Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years.
Whose
neo-Nazi, yeah.
roots go all the way back.
Going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany.
To the Weimar Republic. No. Antifa, anti-fascism, goes all the way back to ancient Rome, the inspiration for fascism. The empire who invented the fasces, its icon of power. Wooden rods, leather strapped to an axe. I mean, if you wanted to be conspiracy.
Oh, yeah, no, Kiwi Heathen, that was the implication, that he would rather bomb the Democrats. There's a Peter Griffin clip I want to use about this tomahawk thing now. I mean, you can send it over. If it's a short clip, I'm sure I could play that.
Territorial, you could say that they represent the 5 masks that form the fascist identity. Mask number 1, the statist, who pledges complete loyalty to the emperor, for the emperor and the state are one. Mask number 2, total militarization. In ancient Rome, only landowning men serving in militias were allowed voting rights. And when the Roman Republic collapsed...
By the way, that's what they want. If you've ever listened to J.D. Vance talk about American heritage, they want to change the definition of a citizen to one that involves heritage. As in, like, you have to have family that was here for a couple hundred years. You had to help kill the Native Americans, or you fought in the Civil War, or the Revolution, or something like that, to be a citizen. And you have to be white, obviously. That is their end goal. So, all of you could probably say goodbye to your citizenship.
And its generals became political leaders. It was precisely because their soldiers had sworn allegiance to their masters, not laws or principles. Mask number 3, the theocrat, where the emperor, who is the state, also becomes the prophet of its religion. In Rome, the emperor was called Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest, the bridge between the gods and the human world. In a theocracy, there is no real doctrine or scripture. There's not even heresy. All that matters is loyalty, which brings a nice warm feeling of protection and eternal salvation. Mask number 4 is the corporatist. The word corporation, or corpus, means body. The entire economy was united as a...
Kind of comforting to realize that for as long as the state has existed, people have been going, fuck you, I'm not doing that. Well, again, for the vast majority of human history, for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, human beings, Homo sapiens, lived in egalitarian cooperative societies. Like, up until the creation of the state, like a couple thousand years ago, we were hunter-gatherers that shared, that worked together. You could have that society with all of the stuff we currently have. Like, you don't need to go back to hunter-gatherer times to have an egalitarian cooperation-based society. They just don't want that. The Founding Fathers drew influence from Rome, making the U.S. a place where only landowning men could vote, unlike the early U.S. landowning men of color who voted could own land. Unlike the early U.S. landowning men of color who owned land could vote. Yes, in Rome. We were hunter-gatherers until like 10,000 years ago. Exactly. And even after we stopped being hunter-gatherers, we were still like based in a cooperative egalitarian society. It was really the creation of the means of production. When we invented agriculture, someone was like, this shit's mine and none of you can have it. And that's when all of this started. But like, we didn't need to do that. We discovered the means of production through agriculture, but we didn't need to immediately claim it. That's what created this idea. That's where the state came from. The state exists to protect property. That's why the state exists in its current form. It's the only reason for it.
One body serving Rome, all conquests, all slaves, in service to the emperor. And mask number 5, the ethno-nationalist. One blood, one language, one soil, one glorious, usually entirely fabricated history, one people, one empire, one leader.
So, like, these are the masks that these people will wear, and you should keep that in mind. All right, so let's check in on some of these battles. What's going on? Got that one. Not this one. Oh, no, it's crucial. I got a few. I got quite a few. All right. Starting off. This is ICE in Chicago, not ISIS in Afghanistan. Not much of a difference, really. Brian.
Yeah.
Purposefully like crashing their car.
That's a hit and run. Hit and run. Hit and run. That's a hit and run. Hit and run. Hit and run. Look, hey, watch out with that weapon! That weapon! Yo, watch out! What's wrong with you? You hit it! You hit her! Yo! What's wrong? You hit her! You hit her! You guys hit her! You guys hit her! What's wrong with y'all? Y'all hit her? Yep.
They crashed their car into hers, and they're arresting her for crashing into their car.
Y'all bust a whole U-turn in the middle of the street! Y'all hit her! Y'all on camera! Leave her alone! She ain't even do shit. She trying to go to work. She's trying to go to work. Oh, what? Y'all some crazy. Y'all got no heart, for real. No heart. No heart.
That's my name, Bozo. You are correct. It's just like at some point throughout that process, we started to believe in property ownership. We got the Broadview B out in Chicago.
Also be fucking proud of how fucking well we've been doing this on a protest. I don't know why you guys keep...
They look like they're trying to snap her limbs. They are. They want to kill you. Like, they want to kill the protesters. Buncor was saying last stream that, like, at the protest that they went to, they tried to pull their helmet off so that you can hit you better. Like, that's... Like, they shot a fucking pastor in the eye with a pepper ball.
Completely unnecessary.
Oh, no, they did pull your helmet off. I apologize. I'm glad you're okay. This is a fucking invasion. You should clarify, you mean property is a hierarchical... I mean private property, not personal property. Private property being things that you could use to make more money with that other people don't have access to. Personal property is shit that you own. Like, personal property, personal property, personal property. House, private property. I can rent that house and make money with it. This B, too wild to this wild the B is wild in this juxtaposition. Jesus. Yeah, I figured out what you were touching on when you were specifying 10,000 years, not the typical, like, 6,000 people than to go with. Oh, of course, yeah. When I understand the process started about 20,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, we had communities that were fully sustained by agriculture. Yeah. This is terrorism, though. Like, moving on from that. We had that egalitarian society. But instead, we're getting this. And again, they're saying that we are the ones causing violence. I want you to watch this clip, and I want you to tell me if you see anybody doing anything remotely violent that isn't one of the fucking Gestapo.
better be in that car, man.
Hey, come on, get back!
W for the guy throwing the tear gas back. Shit must have burned. Yeah, I mean, like, there's ways to deal with it, but it's not particularly easy in a moment like that. Yeah, you gotta wear a gas mask if you go to these protests. They will gas you with CS and CN gas. They plan on using gas now because they're afraid of it. Exactly, like, they're using chemical weapons en masse. Buy a gas mask. One that has filters. If you don't have one, wear an N95. It will help, but it won't be as good. You're also going to want to wear, like, long sleeves. Just because, like, you're going to get shot at, which is going to hurt. But also, like, this stuff will stick to your skin and hurt. But you could also reach out to Operation Inflation. Operation Inflation is a movement that has been created by people on the ground in Portland. America needs costumes. Operation Inflation is about one thing: inflatable costumes. If you donate money to Operation Inflation, that money will then go to buying an inflatable costume to hand out to protesters in Portland that do not have access to one. So go and reach out to Operation Inflation. Maybe start one in your area, or if you're in Portland or in Chicago or in LA and you're going to these protests, maybe they can help you out. Reach out to them. Very, very based organization. 10 out of 10. They're going to get labeled as Antifa, but they're not Antifa. They are inflatables. Duct tape magazines to your arms and MMA shim guards for body armor. I mean, you can do a lot. You can do a lot. You should be prepared when you go. Not to mention that, like, you need to be aware that if you're at a protest, like a major one, right? The government can turn off the internet in your area. Like, first off, you should not be bringing your phone to a protest. Like, even in a Faraday bag, honestly, you should just not be bringing it. But let's say you have to, you have a throwaway phone. You have something that you can bring with you to this protest to organize with other people. If you get separated, what to do in case of emergency. And if you're using the internet in any way for these, like if you're using Discord or you're using like Messenger or better using like SimpleX or Matrix or any of that, you will not be able to contact this person because they'll just cut off the access to it right there and right then. Can you link Blue Sky? Yes, absolutely, you can link Blue Sky. I'm not logged in, but I don't think I need to log in to view those videos. Thank you, thank you. Have a look. Loads. Ah, the Operation Inflation Blue Sky. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I was logged in. I did give them a follow. Up. Respect the troops. Understand, too, that, like, the frogs are important. They're important.
This shit is biblical. The frogs in Portland, they're a plague. Sent by God. If you are against the frogs, you are against God.
Unironically, I agree with this, and beyond that, like, these are important because the narrative that they're trying to build right now is, look at these domestic terrorists. They're everywhere, they're attacking people, they're causing violence and crime, and they're harming people, like, that's the argument, right? But if you're out there, and all you got is a fucking animal costume, well, then they start to look a bit dumb now, don't they? Good. Good. But the reason for this, like, why this is useful, historically, is, this.
Oh no, oh, look at them, they're all the ICE guys are dressed up like army dudes, and our guys look like clowns. Yeah! They're expecting us to dress like army dudes.
He's right, you know.
Humor has always played a role in resistance, but when it's part of public protest, it also has a name: tactical frivolity. And there are examples dating all the way back to ancient Greece, with the play Lysistrata being considered one of them. Or hell, look at the Alexamenos Graffito, which appears to depict a Roman soldier worshipping a donkey-headed figure on a crucifix, which appears to be from the beginning of the 3rd century AD. There are even hunter-gatherer tribes who believe to have changed little in their social organization since prehistoric times, who, among other things, will use ridicule to oppose individuals trying to assume authority that goes against their norms. In Spain, people wrote lyrics for the national anthem making fun of Franco. Yankee Doodle originated as a mocking song by British soldiers during the French and Indian War. Just look at Charlie Chaplin, for example. Mockery has always been a part of resistance, but more specific to this, it has also...
We're having a new approach. We're starting the Church of Anti-Fascism. We're going to turn it into a religion and demand the same rights as other religions. Anti-Christianity is terrorism now, simply, Steve. Good luck. It's a nice tactic. I don't disagree with it. Honestly, throw some Jesus in there, but like actual Jesus, not like the Bible, like literal things that Jesus has said. Because Comrade Christ is on our side, and that might give you a little bit more cover. The tactic didn't work out very well when Mussolini tortured Bordiga.
Been a tool of diffusion. And while there are other examples from more recent centuries of groups using this sort of tactic, this strategy definitely started having a resurgence and was documented a lot more starting in the 1960s and 70s. The Yippies being an offshoot of the countercultural, anti-war and free speech movements. They were known for their politically themed pranks. They ran a pig named Pegasus J. Pig, or Pegasus the Immortal, for president. Dropped money on the stock exchange floor. They tried to levitate the Pentagon with like chants and stuff to exorcise the evil from within. They did get arrested for that.
Funny how they got arrested for trying to levitate the Pentagon. Remember that, like, MAGA's mad about some witches who did an Etsy spell against Charlie Kirk before he died, so, like, we believe in magic now, I guess. For all you Christians out there, anti-fascist churches already exist that you can join. I mean, that's true. But honestly, any existing institution right now, I would not trust. Most of them are
being silly. And were at one point referred to as the Groucho Marxists. And this, of course, was around the same time as the flower power movement, where you get photos like these of people offering flowers to members of the police and military in a very...
Oh, shit, I just muted myself now. I don't know if the audio dropped, but I do like the flower stuff. I'm pretty confident that some states will have criminal witchcraft laws in the books. Again, I think a good way to go about this is to claim that the MAGAs, that the fucking hat wearers are anti-Christian, and if Jesus actually loved them, then they would float. We do some witch trial shit. We dunk them into water with like a crane and off a pier, and we place them on the water and let go from the crane. And if they sink, then they're not Christ-like. And if they float, then they are. Liberation theology commits to actively approximate Jesus' care for the oppressed and infirmed. Yeah, exactly. Like, Jesus, in the actual reality, was very much on our side. Like, pro freeing the oppressed, liberation, you shouldn't have all of the money concentrated in a small group. Like, again, he was a brown Palestinian man who was arrested by the state and then murdered for advocating for immigrant rights, brown people's rights, being nice to human beings, and the abolition of private property ownership. Not personal property ownership, but private property ownership. I live my life for Jesus. Jesus doesn't love you. Jesus does not love these people. They would crucify Jesus. Again, I'm not even Christian. I'm an atheist who was raised Muslim.
Poignant image of de-escalation. This sort of tactic was also used during the Iranian Revolution. So one of the first groups that would actually be described as using tactical frivolity, because that term was coined in the 80s or 90s, was the Orange Alternative, a movement in Poland in the 1980s. They dressed up as elves or dwarves a lot, which is also imagery that they would use to point out where the government would paint over anti-government slogans, etc., and has been described as one of the most, quote, influential of the Solidarity factions that helps the movement against the regime prevail, in large part because of how much international attention their comedic happenings.
They would put a MAGA flag next to Jesus on the cross. They would indeed. They would.
Received. Because remember, protest is largely about attention. In the 90s in the UK, a couple of groups popped up, including Reclaim the Streets, or RTS, that would stage parties in the middle of roadways. And I can't possibly list every movement or group that has used tactical frivolity, but as to the clown's description, there's actually a group that kind of used this tactic specifically in the early 2000s called the Clandestine Insurgent Rebel Clown Army, aka Circa or Clown Army. In fact, I connected with a former member on one of my lives a while back. It was an anti-authoritarian left-wing activist group in the UK that used clowning and non-violent tactics as part of their demonstrations. The goal wasn't just mockery, but it was active de-escalation while sending a message. Because it's very hard to vilify people who are very clearly acting silly. And the more silly the arresters look. Because what do you mean you were afraid of a bunch of clowns or blow up frogs? Last summer, I documented organizers that blockaded and prevented City HQ employees from getting to work for hours at a time, multiple times a week for months. For many of these direct actions, they made sure to...
The evangelical church prostitutes itself to the Republican Party. That's because they're not Christian. I've said this before. As bad as the Catholic Church is, and they are bad, we need them. Because they are a containment field for even worse, crazier forms of Christianity. If the Catholic Church had more power in the United States, we would not have Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, or Scientologists. They would have cut that shit out at the root. Again, Catholic Church ain't great. They got quite a lot of problems for themselves. But they are a containment field for other crazies. Now, continuing on. I think I showed this one earlier, but let's look again. This is, fucking Walgreens. Terrorists.
Fuck out of here! Real Americans don't want you! Get the fuck out of here!
Real Americans don't want you. Yeah,
Get
that's
the fuck
you.
out of here!
Get the fuck out. Go to fucking Russia. Goddamn works.
He's a citizen! He's a citizen! Why are you running? He's a citizen!
The part of the world where these orcs should go to. And, So, I heard this. I don't know how much of this is true. It would be bad if this was true. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, it's funny. It's very funny. If this is true, it's actually quite bad for us, but...
Top of a new hour here as we approach it. Breaking right now, as we just mentioned, narco-terrorists in Mexico are reportedly working in coordination with domestic extremist groups to place bounties worth thousands of dollars on the heads of federal immigration officers.
So they pulled in Antifa there, which has nothing to do with it. The cartels apparently are working with some of their cells that they have in the country, which of course the cartels, they have the cells, and they're putting bounty. The rumor I've heard is a $10,000 bounty on officers and a $50,000 bounty on the commander who runs the show in Chicago. I don't know if it's true. I don't think that it's true. It would be funny if it was. It would be very bad for us if it was. I don't want it to be true. I hope that this is false. It doesn't matter because it's bad for us anyway because they're going to continue lying. Hi, did I miss any good news? I could use some good news. You missed the fact that Madagascar's Gen Z revolution overthrew their government and the president fled. That was good news. I can't remember much else that was positive that I covered today. This is interesting and somewhat positive. Don Lemon is at these fucking protests. The only people you're trying to convince your anti-fascism is bad or fascist, that's true. Cartels work with the border agents. They payroll them because they wouldn't put bounties on them because they... Well, I mean, those are the ones near the border. This is in Chicago. Good news in this economy. Again, Madagascar overthrew their government. Yes, last stream I showed the fact that the One Piece flag has now showed up in Portland. So that has reached the United States. Nepal overthrew their government. We have Peru, we have Colombia, still in the midst of their revolutions. Indonesia, I believe, as well. Turkey, still in the middle. We got Georgia, still in the middle. And we got France, who's still pissed, I think. It being in Chicago just makes me think it's 100% fake. I do too, but they do have people in every state in the country. They do actually have that. The putting bounties on people's heads, that I don't believe. It is what it is now. The rhetoric can't get worse. Oh, it can get worse. They're only just starting Infallible Foul. I'd like to remind some of the people who've been here for a while that I said exactly all of these was going to happen like a year ago. So, Don Lemon's been on it since he quit his job.
I'm going to show you something. Don't. I'm not doing anything weird. Standing behind me over here, you can see the protesters are gathered, and I filed this report earlier.
You want to see what real independent journalism funded by the people for the people looks like?
You ever heard? You watching it now. Also, like, Status Quo news is good as well. Something about not working at CNN must be liberating. Again, CNN, I showed this week, editing the clip of Stephen Miller saying plenary authority, and then making it look like he didn't. How long will it be before they start to normalize the N-word? They're already doing that. They're already doing that.
For Status Quo News, I am here in the village of Broadview, Illinois. You hear all those honking cars and the cheers of protesters here behind me because we are right outside of the Broadview ICE detention facility for the Saturday night scheduled organized protest. Yep, we're seeing some of those. We've got a right-wing content creator, these trolls that have come here into the crowd just to stir up shit.
Status Quo News is ran by that former TIT guy who Anna crashed out on. I did not know that. That's based. That's very funny. They've been on some weird shit lately too. I showed on stream like this week of TYT doing some just like straight up anti-Semitism, like actual, like flat out. Here, let me pull that up just in case you haven't seen it, because what the fuck. Here.
I'm talking about like, yes, we're going to surveil everybody. Everyone will be on their best behavior. Yes, you're a freak. You're a total creep.
Just like channeling her inner Candace Owens, I guess.
It's this content, and then he pushes it as propaganda to say that people are attacking him. Yeah. So this is how the right's propaganda works. What I keep saying is this is exactly what he wants, and if they just
their shit on Ukraine, they were only good on Palestine because Anna Kasparian is leaning into anti-Semitism. They are dog shit. They are owned by Peter Thiel. They run Poly Market Studios. The regime owns them. Anna lost their shit ever since the whole birthing person crash out. She blocked me on Twitter for posting a meme about that after arguing with me in the comments and getting cooked.
Ignored him, it would actually hurt him or whatever. Make their point
Status Quo. Honestly, Ukraine coverage for a lot of Americans is kind of shit. There's only a few sources I really trust. I like doing Ukraine news. It's my favorite thing to talk about. I actually have some stuff on that as well. But I think I might choose to play Wolfenstein instead for the rest of the day.
Yeah. He says he wants a conversation, to have a constructive conversation, but he instigates.
Yeah, I mean, it's so transparent what they were doing. We were out here yesterday and we saw these protests. We saw them go right up to these protesters, begin antagonizing them. But today, when there is a target that isn't, there was a group of faith leaders who led an attempt to deliver communion out here. When that happened, these right-wing provocateurs are nowhere to be seen because that's not
They did the whole we're sending money to Ukraine instead of hurricane victims bullshit. I mean, to be fair, like, I would send money to Ukraine over the hurricane victims in America. Honestly, I don't want to help the Americans that are struggling. Like, the people who got hit by those hurricanes are in the South. They were Trump voters. They gotta learn. You need to feel the pain. Like, when you touch the stove, it needs to hurt, or you don't learn your lesson. And so, like, sure, like, they deserve help and all of that, but, like, the Ukraine war is a threat to literally everybody. Russia is at war with NATO, currently. We're already at war with Russia. We just won't admit it. I was fine with helping, like, it wasn't an either or. Yeah, if it was an either or, that's silly. I would help both. But, like, if you're gonna be running a charity, like, stream, right? Like, and you want people to donate, you don't typically do it for two different topics. Now, you could have done one for one and then one for the other in the same week. Like, that's not particularly an excuse, but, yeah, I know what you mean. I refuse to believe that birthing person isn't her legal name. There's no evidence. I want to see the birth certificate.
You know, a photogenic target for them. They won't look good, so they're nowhere to be seen in those moments. But now here they are when they can go after just faceless protesters.
So let me hold that. This is your lunch?
We had a supporter from the crowd who delivered us some food.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
So
you.
tell people, here you go. Tell people where about your platform.
Yeah, we're Status Quo. We're an online, independent, progressive outlet. We take a lot of pride in being able to.
I just love seeing like people who would have otherwise been with the regime continue like going out there to these protests and talking. Like it makes sense. Also, yes, protest safety is quite important. I'm gonna stop burying them. You know, fair enough. I also would like to remind you guys who haven't been here, who didn't see the last stream, they are currently making a gun registry. Like, if you are a part of an organization that knows you have a gun, they are now required to create a list and then report you to the government. Like if you are in the NRA or the SRA, or if you maybe like have a group of people that you go shooting with, you gotta be on a list. Did you have an opportunity to look into Joanna Ho from yesterday? A tiny bit. What you told me about her gave me like enough context to look into her a bit more, and you're right, I don't like her. You are correct about that. Now, summary of the Portland situation in the last few weeks, it makes it sound like influencers vying for the next viral clip. Police Union Chief Aaron Schmautz said there seems to be a lot of people who are trying to go out there and become relevant or famous more than ever, and this refers to right-wingers trying to clip farm. My local range has me on file, and now so does the government, because you have a gun. Remember, at the beginning of the administration, we had Pam Bondi talking about going after the left's guns, and I also read you Steve Bannon's plan of, we gotta make sure that we take away our enemies' guns, quote unquote, in 2025, but we gotta frame it like we're not gonna touch the Patriots' guns. They have been planning this. Beyond that, hold on, this is gonna be copyright music. More inflatables. We got a wiener dog, which that is based. But if you notice that, like, it looks pretty fucking stupid to have all of these jackboots there for people in inflatable costumes. I know she's not U.S. news related. I just thought you'd no, like I need to do more Australian news, Libras. I really do. There's just not much time for me to learn, and I know more about U.S. and European news. That's what I mean. It's not about it not getting worse. It's already there. For now, but like this isn't the final form. The thing is, like, it is gonna get worse. We're in the intermediary period right now. This is actually only the beginning. The rhetoric may not get much worse, but what comes along with the rhetoric does. By the way, they're saying that Antifa has weapons of mass destruction now. Got WMD level of shade talking about, you know, how Antifa has U-Hauls.
You have all this stuff that's getting dropped off right here. You have all... I'm here in Portland right now, and it looks like Antifa, the protesters here, have had a shipment dropped off in a U-Haul right here. They're saying it's all the stuff that's been taken away from Rapid Response and from people since they've been out here. So there's a whole U-Haul full of stuff that's been getting dropped off right now of all of the equipment from the past few months of their protest. You have all this stuff that's getting dropped off right here. You have all of the inflatables as well that the people have been protesting in. A little strange, they have a U-Haul shipment full of all of the stuff that's apparently been taken away. So stuff's been coming in. There's still protesters out right now. It's like 4 p.m.
I have a good idea about, like I say, I know about like the NSN people around. I think some of them actually know who I am, which is not great. I'm getting more involved in like the South Australia side of things, but yeah, no, absolutely. More information is 100% welcome, Liddy Bros. Antifa having weapons of mass destruction might actually be the most accurate thing they've ever said, just not how they meant it, I suppose.
Right now.
Also, in Portland, an ambulance was summoned to an ICE office to treat an injured protester. Not clear how he was injured. Well, I would assume that it was because the ICE agent tried to kill him. I was joking about someone with this. The fuck, they really doing that? They are indeed, Sylvie. They are making a list of everyone who has a gun that is on the left. No doubt the Antifa Roundtable was talking about gunning down Americans. They plan immigrants have died. Like, people are dying now. There are people dying now. ICE has killed several people. There are people disappearing from detention centers that there's no file on. They're literally trying to kill protesters. Again, an ambulance was summoned to the ICE office to treat an injured protester, but when the patient was loaded inside, ICE officers refused to let the ambulance leave and threatened to shoot the ambulance driver. Late October 5th, a Portland ambulance crew informed dispatchers over the radio that it was attempting to transport a patient from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to Legacy Emmanuel Medical Center, but ICE officers were impeding its departure 6 minutes later at 9:40. According to publicly archived radio records, the medic driving the vehicle delivered an update: "We are still not being allowed to leave by ICE officers." 2 confidential incident reports obtained by WW offer insight into what was going on inside the South Portland ICE facility. The written accounts were filed by the ambulance crew members shortly after the incident. One reports to their employer, American Medical Response, and another to a union representative, as documentation as one of these puts a conflict with federal agents. It was like a third of the people at Alligator Alcatraz disappeared. Yeah, it was. I think some of them reappeared somewhere else, but not all of them. Again, by the way, we still are working with El Salvador. We are still sending people to CSUT. Like, we're still doing that, too. We're just also building our own. I really need to look for an update on that. Please do. If they tried to stop a medic from doing their job, there's tons of case law setting the precedent for that pig to lose qualified immunity. Hopefully it happens here. The law doesn't matter anymore. Again, the law is just a threat of violence imposed by the ruling class to the public. That's it. That's all the law is. It is a threat of violence by the ruling class to the public for them to be afraid and then submit to control. That's all law ever has been. All laws are exactly that. It's just they bought the entire law. They've ripped apart the Constitution. This is going to piss off an extra amount of people. Emergency drivers are borderline uniform folks to some, a bit like firefighters. They should be. I believe in that. Like, EMTs are a fucking critical service. Happy birthday. Thank you, Coco Kitty. Thank you. The 2 reports filed by different medical workers mirror each other's accounts and are consistent with publicly available audio recordings. Both reporters say that the federal agents, in an effort to block the ambulance's departure, stood directly in front of the vehicle as the delay dragged on. According to reports, the ambulance operator put the vehicle in park, causing it to lurch forward slightly. The report indicates that federal agents did not like this, so much so that an agent threatened to shoot and arrest the driver. The driver, frightened, asked why. An agent, according to reports, responded that the driver had attempted to hit him with the ambulance. I know, but I still want to cite case law and legal precedent. I believe that you're right. Buncor is literally a lawyer. And, I'll tell you. I was in such shock, the driver wrote. They were not only accusing me of such a thing, but crowding and cornering me into the seat, pointing and screaming at me, threatening to shoot and arrest me, not allowing the ambulance to leave the scene. These are monsters. ICE agents are subhuman demons. Again, if every accusation from a Nazi is a confession, and so far I have not been proven wrong on that, every accusation tends to be a confession, right? If you agree with that analysis, then that implies that the way to deal with Nazis is to do what they want to do to others, solely and specifically to them. That is what the analysis implies to me. It's like the South Park, they're coming straight for us. Essentially, yeah. I agree, it doesn't really matter though. Yeah. So we had a bunch of naked bike riders join the protest. I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this one, but I don't care. So that is the war zone, huh? That's the war zone? Sure. Why not? Right? What else do we got here? Oh, yes. The Antifa tank has entered into Portland. Backup has arrived. Backup has arrived. The ice tank in Portland. It's a war zone, guys. They sure looked like scary Antifers. They did indeed. They did look like scary Antifers. Hold on. What else we got here? In Colorado, it's legal for women to not wear shirts. We voted for that. If dudes can go topless, why can't women? Because, that's terrorism, I guess. Genuinely, that's probably what they would say anyway. So, you know, close enough. Close enough. Love. What else we got here? Ah, yes. I did say yesterday that I was gonna teach you guys how all of the right wing just lives in the Omegaverse without understanding what it is and why. So we'll talk about that after I show you the last couple things. God, I'm not looking forward to it. Buncourt, I hate you.
Protest, you need to remember that the government can turn the internet off. If you're at a protest and the cell towers get shut down, you lose the ability to contact your friends, to coordinate with other people. You become very isolated, and you need to have a plan in place before that happens. This app right here, it's called Briar.
Non-binary people aren't real. That's my name, Bozo. It's just Trantifa terrorists.
And it uses Bluetooth mesh networks to send messages. So if you need to contact your friend, your phone will use its Bluetooth to find somebody else, who will pass it along to somebody else, and so on, until the message gets to its recipient. No internet required. But you need to set this up beforehand, because if you lose access to internet, you can't download the app. All of you and your friends need to set this up, send some test messages back and forth.
Do not bring your phone to a protest, but if you have a second one, a throwaway phone, good idea. Also, keep that in a Faraday bag too, and do not open it unless it's actually required. And also, don't forget to put your keys, your credit card, your smartwatch, your earplug, anything that connects to the internet goes into the Faraday bag.
You should be able to contact each other regardless of what happens to the cell towers. Even if you have no intention of using this app at all, just downloading it, installing it, getting it set up will help other people because you'll be acting as a node, so if they need to send messages, your phone will help coordinate that. There is no downside to setting this up. It's open source, all of the messages are encrypted, and even if you don't use it, you'll be helping other people. Once you get to a protest, you should meet some strangers and connect with them just so that you have other connections, so you have information in case the internet does go down.
When you go to a protest, you have to be prepared. No one uses fucking Blue Sky. Roy Perfuentes, you can fuck right off, you Nazi scum. Subhuman piece of shit. Bring a burner and get a camcorder if you want to film. Don't use your phone. You can toss the camcorder to a friend if you get hassled by ICE. That's also true. Also, again, go with friends. 8 to 12 person groups. Occupy the area. Don't just stand in one big group. By the way, remember how we have a ceasefire with Israel and Gaza? Well, I mean, Israel's still bombing them, but then we have Lindsey Graham going on TV and saying this.
Tonight, there are discussions in Israel about potentially going back in to save those tribes and clans that had the guts to stand up against Hamas.
Wouldn't it be better if this coalition of Arab countries, that
Much better.
if they would send in troops to protect the region?
Just remember what you said. If the Arab world would be the force to take Hamas down, it would change the region far more than if Israel did it. As I speak tonight, there are discussions in Israel.
So they want to go back in, obviously. And I just saw this from Kyle Kalinske. It's time to seriously start discussing a national divorce. What the fuck do the blue states get for subsidizing the shit out of red states? A rigged playing field with less representation, illegal invasion by Gestapo thugs. The fact that this is now being talked about is good news for me. Look at Hannity being all woke and interviewing a gay. That's true. My church and religion doesn't make the human body taboo like other religions, based. Graham is an evil twit. He's also an F slur. One day we'll reclaim that one.
Lake County has declared a state of emergency over the immigration raids. The Board of Supervisors voted today. Board members say the raids are preventing people from going to work and forcing some businesses to close. The emergency allows the board to look at enacting an eviction moratorium and other protections for people impacted by the raids. And this news just coming into our newsroom. Will, of course, continue to follow it. Lake County has...
It's insane, guys. It's actually fucking insane. Again, here's them just like lying openly.
Same thing. I mean, they dug so deep with, you know, the whole Russia hoax that Hillary found herself. Same thing with Jack Smith. He dug so deep that, you know, we found out that he was actually planting classified folders in Mar-a-Lago. Same thing. I mean, they dug so deep with...
Go mow your mother, motherfucker. Sent you a censored message. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, guys, if your chat messages in YouTube chat get censored, please join the Discord and throw them into the, like, chat for stream. Because I need data points for people who get their chats censored automatically. Actually, incredibly handy for keeping trolls at bay. I don't know how to set up any of that shit, Anarchist Tech Support. All of my, like, Twitch setup and stuff was all, done by other people. What does mow your mother mean? His mother is dead, and, the last picture that I've seen of her grave, the grass was, not mowed. Hold on. Let's see if I can find the exact thing that I'm referencing. Here we go. Found it. This is what I'm referencing. They violated my father's due process and rights, tainted the grand jury, and then lied through their teeth about it. Shut up and go mow your mom. I always think of it. This is in my head anytime I see, like, Don Jr. or Eric. Just like anytime I see Nancy Mace. That's a lot of beans, you nasty bitch. Can't ever ban armpit farts. Are you, like, 12? Really? Like, why is everybody 12? I actually think that meme is, so correct. Everybody is 12 years old now. Where are we? Here we go. Working on a new unified theory of American reality. I'm calling it Everyone is 12 now. I'm strong and I want to have like 50 kids in a farm. Of course you do, you're 12. I don't want to eat vegetables. I think steak and french fries is the only meal. Hell yeah, homie, you 12. Maybe there's crime, we should send the army. Bless your heart, my 12-year-old buddy. That meme got stuck in my head, but how about 5? Honestly, yeah, I feel like we're getting lower on the age scale too as time goes on. We are pretty fucking dumb. Alright. I gotta talk about the thing that I was avoiding. I'm sorry for the trauma that I'm about to cause you guys, but this actually does fit with their belief system, you know? I don't think that it's all that inaccurate. Let me get this set up. I have a series of videos. We're gonna jump a little bit all over the place, and I'm gonna have to explain things somehow. We'll see how that works. Did I pause it? Yes. Counterpoint, potatoes are vegetables? That is true. So first off, before we jump into that though, how the hell is Nancy Mace gonna hate on trans women when she can't pass for a cis one herself? I mean, true. I'm here for the thing you're avoiding. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So first, before we jump into that, this was very funny. Gavin Newsom's Twitter page posted the nussy but censored it, and 10 out of 10. The memes are fantastic. Where's the one where they put balls on it? They put one of them. They put like a nutsack on it. All right, but let's talk about the Omegaverse and how all of these people believe in it. Whoa, go away. What an ugly motherfucker. That is true.
There is nothing I would love more than to explain the intricacies of
Oh wait, I forgot. I gotta skip like 30 seconds into this because it's gonna get too boring otherwise.
by Star Trek, and it was called Ponfar. And that was a Vulcan male will go through a mating cycle, and if he does not mate,
this got created.
he will die. Does that sound a little familiar? And so naturally that evolved, just as speculative fiction always evolves, because Omegaverse, by definition, is just a subgenre of speculative erotic fan fiction. And so that evolved until we get to the supernatural fandom. We see our first work show.
Is this incel stuff? No, this is worse. This is what the incels are, but they don't know it, but it's written from like woke liberal fan fiction is where it comes from. This is some curse shit.
Showcasing some of the Omegaverse ideals in 2010, and then it just kind of blows up from that. There's about 70,000 Omegaverse works just all over AO3. Now, the whole point of Omegaverse is that you have an alpha, you have a beta, and you have an omega. And if you want to think about this in terms of a wolf pack, because that's what it was borrowed from, was canine-like animals.
Give it a minute.
It is your alpha, who's the top of the food chain, you have your beta, who is secondary, and then you have your omega, who is, the last. Or if you want to think about it in terms of the Greek alphabet, because that, same thing. Now, in my video, I believe I called it a secondary gender, you being an alpha, a beta, or an omega. However, it's also known as a secondary sex. So, like, first and foremost, male, female, non-binary, and then you also can be an alpha, a beta, or an omega. And
as in, just to give you an example of what these writings tend to look like. Again, I'm claiming that all of MAGA is this. They just don't call it this. Wait, halal bacon enjoyer ACAB doesn't need to get... Oh wait, 5 seconds, that's fine. So, here is a supernatural story that is in the Omegaverse. Now, we can't read this. This shit is TOS. But we can look at the tags. So, light bondage, pregnancy kink, pseudo-incest. I don't know what the fuck that is. Castration talk. Impregnation, breeding kink. There's mpreg in here somewhere. Yeah, mpreg, male pregnancy, lactation kink. Like, this is some shit that needs Jesus. But they do believe this stuff.
in addition to this being a secondary sex, it also, in most fics, is indicative of a character's social standing and the hierarchy in the fic, or in the world that it's taking place in. I do think that I would be remiss not to mention the fact that in Omegaverse fics, it's not all just about the animalistic smut that everybody thinks it is. There are a lot of tropes that are really comforting to people that are very, very persistent throughout Omegaverse fics. You have found family, you have hurt comfort, you have just...
Yeah, okay, that's all the woke stuff, but then you get into stuff like this. This is unironically the animal lizard brain that, like, conservative Nazi men want their reality to look like.
Omegaverse, where
and they are all Omegas.
Humans are humans, but not really. They're a little bit more animalistic. There's 3 designations for humans. That's why Omegaverse is sometimes referred to as A/B/O.
You mean like blood groups?
No, not the blood groups. As in alphas, betas, and omegas. Right. In Omegaverses, the majority of people are betas, which are like normal everyday humans like you and I.
My god, I'm muted again. God damn it, sorry. Do I want to know what nodding is? How cursed is this going to get? Very? No, you don't want to know, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Because, unfortunately, as much as this is like liberal fanfic smut, it is the mentality of your average incel. So, you know. Oh, thank you, Shuvabover. Did you play my games? No, but I think I might actually play a little Wolfenstein after this one. It's, for the meme, you know?
But alphas and omegas are different. They're special. It gets a little bit incel-y, and it does a little bit play into, like, negative machismo stereotypes, but we just look past it and we're like, it's fiction, it's fine. Think of someone who's jacked up on testosterone and how they would behave. Alphas can be female, but at least in the majority of omega.
Alphas generally have a penis. Whether they're male, female, non-binary, it doesn't matter. And they have that, like, testosterone sex hormone thing that the right loves to think about. You know, like, they talk about how having sex with a woman is stealing their essence and shit. Like, they're in this mindset. I only know about this because my ex read Harry Potter fanfictions like this. So, like, this is some curse shit.
Versus that I've come across, they're usually male.
So, like someone on steroids?
Yeah, except they also have the ability to smell pheromones coming off an omega. Omegas are much more rare. They're the most rare. They need a lot of GDDing. I know you know what this means. I've said it before. Are you gonna make me say it?
Yeah.
A good deep dicking.
Okay.
It's not even like gender stereotypes.
Did you know that red meat is bad for your testosterone production?
Like dialing up anything you would assume is associated with like hormones, hence why omegas go into heat.
Shufel-poofer!
As humans, and when they go into heat,
mad respect.
They kind of like lose their mind, and they need a lot of sex. A lot of sex.
Literal sexual degeneracy. All right, let's make it worse. Oh wait, we didn't actually get the definition of nutting.
To get them through their heat. This is bad news. It's bad news for everyone. But because they go into heat, they release all these pheromones, and then the alphas are like, da-da-da-da, and yeah. Really
She's speaking to a man right now.
So nodding is a specific thing that happens when the male anatomy engorges. Think of like the lower part of trying to use words that TikTok is
Think
not going to
of trying to plug the bathtub so that the liquid does not exit the bathtub. That's what that is.
I'm never gonna escape. This comment was left on a video where I talked about how I was glad I didn't succeed in jumping off a bridge.
She's joking. She did like a whole series of explaining this and just got progressively sadder at the intro because she hated it. So like, this is some femcel shit? No, it's actually not. It's not femcel at all. It's actually very pro-sex. It's just the right-wing men who don't read this stuff act like it's real, even though they don't read it. Manosphere is just otherkin. Why do these guys want to become dogs so much? Like, that's what I'm saying, Shufel-poofer. Thank you for understanding. They actually want this shit. This is like fan fiction smut for women, but they actually want it to be real.
I just want peace.
Mitz here. Scenting is what happens when an alpha claims an omega, or vice versa. This happens because both alphas and omegas produce pheromones, and the other alphas and omegas can smell them on each other, know who's with who. Pheromones are produced through the scent glands. You can find scent glands in the wrists or the neck.
There's like actual
like these.
Thought out shit on this. I was looking for videos to explain this to you guys, and I found one of a lib whining about like how in a Omegaverse world there would need to be like liberal advocacy groups for Omega rights and shit. Like, it's insane. Men are often unable to differentiate fantasy from reality, especially when it revolves around like pornography and smut.
Hello and welcome to Omegaverse 101. I'm Dean. Today we're going to be talking about betas. So you've got three subgenders, right? You've got alpha, you've got beta, and you've got omega. Now, in fics that really delve into the social hierarchy aspect of the Omegaverse, betas are going to be right in the middle, where they don't have all of the power and leadership positions as alphas.
It's also quite a lot about social hierarchy, so that's another reason I really like it.
Now, anatomy-wise, it's pretty straightforward. Pretty much exactly what you would expect. They don't have a knot, they don't produce slick, they don't go into heat or rut. It's just pretty much exactly what you'd expect.
I hate that I know what those words mean.
Just a normal universe. Now, Most of the time they will have a scent gland, however their scent is going to be much
Why
more
can't
muted,
these people just be
less
normal
complex
furries?
than alphas and betas. In some cases,
Woke?
they might not have a scent at all. The last thing to cover is fertility. Now this is really going to vary fic to fic, because in some cases, betas can't have biological children, in some they can, and in some they can, but it's a lot harder. And just the one thing to keep in mind with this is that betas do not have any additional equipment. So, yeah. I hope that this was helpful. Let me know if you have any follow-up questions about this.
Brandon Sanderson, if he was thirsty enough. Didn't the chick who wrote Shadowhunters, like the book series, base Shadowhunters off of a Harry Potter fan fiction that was Ginny and Ron incest fic that she then turned into Shadowhunters? Yes, I'm pretty sure that that is correct. There is definitely no God. Well, if there is one, God likes suffering. I feel a lot like this is actually touching on very vaguely actual biological stuff, but it's taking an exaggerated assertion of the truth. Oh, yes, no, it is absolutely doing that. But, like, again, its primary purpose is fiction. It is pornography. Like, that's smut. That was its primary purpose. It's just, the right wing tends to miss the purpose. I didn't know Shadowhunters existed until you mentioned it. It's kind of an older show. Left, I'm going to have a sex fantasy for my personal life. Right, I'm going to have a sex fantasy for your personal life. True, Shufu Poover. Exactly on point. Like, we do know that men can experience period symptoms due to excess estrogen. We know that women can experience false pregnancies due to hormonal shit. A lot of this stuff is real, but not in the way it's being presented. Oh yeah, no, of course, but that requires, like, critical thinking skills and common sense, and really, like, critical thinking is a whole other thing. Again, like we talked about, we need regular thinking, let alone critical thinking. I cannot communicate how much intelligence I lost from the idiocy exhibited within those clips. Those clips themselves don't bother me. Like, if it's the people just enjoying that stuff for the sake of that stuff, I don't mind. It's the people who look at that and then want the real world equivalent that fuck with me. Hold on, now I'm gonna get a game started. We do need regular thinking. Critical thinking is asking a bit much. Yes, that is true. Alright, hold on. I got to change the stream, like, title and shit so that Twitch doesn't get mad, because I'm not actually going to be talking about politics. We're going to play Wolfenstein. So, do that. I'm going to keep the title the same. Change this. Wolfenstein. Oh, thank you for the sub, whoever just did. This is mature rated game that may not be suitable for some viewers. Okay, sure. Let's put some content classification labels on it. Violent or graphic depictions. Sure. Sure. One, nope, man, seems like we have chased them off. That's also true. Like, again, it takes a certain level of intent as well. Like, you have to give a shit. Why does Steam give me an option to launch my game in safe mode versus regular mode? Oh, thank you for the sub, Headless Chicken. I really appreciate that. Happy birthday. I hope you're having a great one and doing well. I am too. I hope the same for you. Hope things have been all right. I mean, like, things are bad everywhere, obviously, but hopefully, not as bad. Because your game probably crashed? I still haven't even run it. I've never played this game before. It was on sale for like $4, which is why I bought it. Alright, well, it is launching. What's up, Headless Chicken? I was gonna stream the Wolfenstein series as well. This is the second one, I believe. Like, this is the America one, but I've never played any of them. So, what's this game about? It's about killing Nazis. So, you know. It's just a game about killing Nazis. Fuck Nazis. That's true. That is true. And you know who would agree with you? It would be, what's his name? Blaskowitz? Alright. So, that screen is weird. Why are you weird? Hold on. I gotta make sure that the screen fits properly. Okay, looks like you're fitting on the screen. I'll have to see what this looks like once it's actually loaded up because I don't know. Okay, audio, put line, video. No, actually, you guys. Oh, you know, it is cutting off. It is cutting off. It is cutting off. Can I make this window? Borderless window. That work? No. How about window? Alright, give me a second because I'm going to need... If it were multiplayer, I would love to. But I rarely even get to play any games, let alone multiplayer games. Okay, there we go. I think I've got it now. Yes. Are you about to play your Antifa training simulator? Of course not. I would never, ever, ever. Oh, thank you for the sub, Shuva Poofer. I just saw that as well. Y'all stay for this. I love killing Nazis. Again, like, this is, I feel like it's a good meme as well.
And wake up to reality. Fergus Reed, one of the old guard.
You're still breathing, you jammy bastard. Hey, you're tough as they come, you know. Jesus Christ.
Hey, doggy! Catch!
Private Wyatt, good kid.
See you on the flip side, Captain. General Death's Head is near.
Sorry, I couldn't see all of chat, so I had to like stop and click on
We
stuff.
cut the head off the Kraut war machine.
That's him, isn't
Thank you, Nutlaws.
Help me make a choice. Is look to the one you would have me dissect. Thought I'd seen it all, but I've never seen true cruelty until now.
Oh, wie das sehen.
Tak, panie doktorze. W takim razie trafi do zakładu psychiatrycznego.
I think I see someone. Her name is Anya. She
It's a
takes
good
good
intro,
care
at
of
least.
me.
It's
I think it's giving us a good recap of the
USA,
first game.
they surrendered 12 years ago when Nazi atom bombed their country.
On a train to Berlin.
Ich bin Obersturmbannführer Engel. Sehr schöne arische Züge.
The resistance fighters, where are they?
Oh, thank you, Headless Chicken. Much appreciated.
Caroline, you're alive.
If you call shitting in a bag living, they think the war is over, that we are weak, don't have the guts to oppose them. But as always, they are wrong.
Seth Roth, according to official records, has been detained and sent off to a forced labor camp.
You said wrong. I'm not sure yet.
I think we're in a hype. We're at 93% to level 2.
Source of the Nazi technology. I'm here to rescue you. I hope you'll find.
Okay, I gotta get back to work. Remember, you are Wicked Sauce. Thank you, Nutlaws. Have a lovely day at work.
Be safe out there.
Spoilers ahoy. I mean, again, this is the second game, so... Get that hype train, guys. I think one more sub should do
Max
it.
doesn't like violence. He doesn't want to see anyone get hurt.
Das Yichud is an ancient, mystical society. We invent things, the technology, the development. Das
So,
Yichud is
from what I
centuries
understand,
ahead of
the Nazis
anything
won the war
ever
because they found like an ancient civilization that had tech that helped them win and create like robot monsters.
must have promoted her for her actions at the labor camp. You know what you have here, Captain? This is the Eva's Hammer, the crown jewel of the Nazi U-boat fleet.
Get inside the compound, fast as you can.
Wipe Death's Head off the face of the earth.
Death's Head. Should have killed that man long ago.
Got you.
Thank you, Infallible Foul. There we are, level 2.
Captain, we are in position. The nuclear cannon is armed. Permission to fire?
You're clear.
Looks like you're playing a fascist killing game. Are you sure it's not an Antifa simulator? No, this is just learning about history. We're not doing any Antifa shit here. Not until we get to America. Thank you, Shuba Booper. Guys, I love you guys. Thank you. It's a great birthday, actually. Halo is such a fundamentally perfect franchise. Aesthetic military meets science fiction. I love the Halo franchise. It's a shame that the losers in charge are trying to make Halo tech.
And here, I have soup and porridge. Which one would you like?
Go on, Captain, make a choice for me.
I have to
So stubborn, Captain Laskowitz.
Why was it on sale? There was a lot of games on sale.
Having English,
Who do I choose? Chat.
your stubbornness or my patience. The task is simple.
You know what? Fuck you. I'm not choosing either of them. Let's see what happens.
Have me choose. I await your selection.
Thank you, Headless Chicken. Dr. Schaub's experiments were a success in this storyline? Jesus.
Go on, Captain, make a choice for me.
Well, you're young. Fine.
Anya, what is it? I see him. Caroline, this way.
Oh, hell yeah. Almost level 3.
Oh, my stupid man. Did you think we would just leave you in here?
Oh gosh, his intestines are showing!
Hold him in! Put your hands there!
That's not good.
Get him in the helicopter!
Did someone bash that dude's head in?
Blessing. To have finished the work I was put on this earth to do. Surrounded by friends that love me.
The screen goes black, comes back, and we're in a wagon in Skyrim.
Fire!
Yes, madam.
Headless Chicken, thank you. I make everybody a mod in my chat, actually. I need to make you a mod. Anyone that's like a regular chatter, I've just been making mods because we talk about community policing all the time. Might as well practice what we preach, huh? I want subtitles on for all languages so that, like, we can see. I'm also deaf. Surrounded by friends but in horrible pain? Hell yeah, that's kind of all of us. Oh, you're very welcome, Headless Chicken. You're based anyway, and you've been here for ages.
Great warmth washing over me. I think the sky's on fire.
Don't die. Caroline, he's dying. Press. He's turning blue.
Bombante, we'll need a gurney at the hangar bay. ETA 90
Death at the gates again. Howling my name. Come on in, old buddy. Sorry I made you wait.
Let me show you something, Billy. My father told me if I ever had a son.
I've been told the commentary on this game is excellent.
It is an engagement ring. It has been with our family for 8 generations. Can you imagine that, Billy? It is what they call an heirloom. When you meet someone special, you will place this ring on her finger. It is worth a lot, this ring.
Shit. Must be 100 damn degrees outside.
Do not tell your father about this ring. He will take it. He does not know about it. You know how he is.
Yep, that's pretty common. Oh man, it takes my Sonic badge away on screen. Aw.
Was a righteous and just.
Thank you again, Shuba Boofer. Hell yeah, level 3.
You have no idea what it's like to suffer like I do.
Oh no.
Sounds like your average, you know, Nazi.
I'm going to hell.
Whining, eternal victim.
Oh, hold on, Dante. I'll have to cut most of his intestines out.
Whatever it takes, Ted, please.
Stay with us, Blazkowicz. You fight through this, and I promise you everything will be all right.
Kinderlach, bring me anyone for to give blood, now!
Everyone, we need blood donors right now. You listening? Line up here by the sick bay.
Guys, by the way, go and drop a like on the YouTube stream if you have not done so already. It helps quite a lot. And if you're not in the Discord, you can join the Discord.
Rocky, yeah. Yes! I need light!
Stay down, keep quiet, he's coming.
Sophia, he in there? No. Sophia, out of my way!
He does not deserve this, you know he does not.
Don't bullshit me. I saw him with her.
He's young. He likes her. He does not know better.
He knows goddamn well not to spend time with some dirty little nigger girl.
Oh, okay. We're doing that, huh?
You have no idea what it's like to suffer like I do. Oh, Sophia, every day I'm out there busting my ass, tooth and nail, getting screwed out of my earnings left and right, humiliating myself just to keep the business alive.
Ah, yes. The billionaires and oligarchs are fucking you and robbing you, and you think it is black people and immigrants' fault. Yep, okay, I see why this game is good on political commentary.
I saw them two together, Sophia, getting sweet with each other under the poplar tree. This cannot happen! I have worked too hard for too damn long to lose my reputation because my boy is sweet on some nigger.
We cannot live like this. I cook. I clean. I tend to the stables, to the field. You are not the only one struggling, right?
Yes, you know, pointing out reality is so offensive to them.
My father told you to. You're behind in everything. 3 months behind in utility. All the money my father invested, you have lost.
Often their own fault, obviously. Ah, yes, I will beat you for telling the truth.
I am not the man you want to mouth off to.
And you are not.
You're the man that I want to hit with an axe.
I married a man who would never let his family go hungry. So help me. I will not let you hurt my son.
You shut your damn mouth, or shut it for you. What is it with you damn Jews? Have all the answers, do you? Smart man.
And there's the anti-Semitism. I'm guessing he has a secret black boyfriend. No, I'm guessing he has a secret swastika armband.
Instead of handling your own.
I'm sorry to hear about Frank. Yeah, thank you, Headless Chicken. It was really sad.
Get away.
At least, he's not in pain. What a fucking cunt. Oh my goodness, I want to kill this man so bad.
Hiding in the closet. Make me sick to look at you. Keep them coming, candy ass. Can't throw worth a shit. That all you got, boy? You are so goddamn weak. They're gonna pick on you, they will break you, they will make you eat dirt. And what are you gonna do about it? You can't fight to save your life. Well, at least I can teach you how to take it.
Yep. It's been a rough year for us as well. Lost 2 cats and a dog from old age. Oh, sorry for your loss, mate.
Big plans are in motion. The tides are turning. The Kreisau circle.
A lot of people have been right there, IRL. I think that's part of this game's story, is about like how Americans were like this before the Reich took over, I guess.
Can you feel the kicking?
Marcus, tech support, thank you for fixing Nightbot and making it better. What the fuck is this?
Missy, dinner time. Yeah. Yeah, good girl.
No,
Yes,
no.
Such a good girl. You ain't going nowhere. Whimper all you want.
I don't want to see that. Just putting on my hype train thing.
In life, you got to make hard decisions. And sometimes, you got to punish the animals out there. It's kill or be killed. The old and the weak are doomed. All manners of scum and sickly minds,
you must be
dirty
kidding me.
bodies, and cockroaches, doing everything in their power to rob the white man of what he's earned. It's on us to straighten out the queer. It's on you.
This is literally the same rhetoric you hear today.
That's right. Now, shoot her. Shoot her! You are so feeble, just like your mother.
Christ. This story really deals with the ugly in humanity? It seems like it, yeah.
It will end better.
It is about killing Nazis. Headless chicken? I think it already has.
Was that me?
I tried, Jed, I tried. The game doesn't let you turn the gun towards it.
The old and the weak are doomed.
Okay, I guess we're in a wheelchair. A lot of young people are too. Did you not see the Young Republicans leak that we covered earlier, Shufa Poofer? Like the Telegram chat with a bunch of fucking right-wingers between 18 and 40, which also included Vance and Miller, talking about how they love Hitler in gas chambers.
Oh shit! Here they come.
This is our U-boat now, Nazi. You ain't getting it back.
Okay. I'm learning the game. Don't get mad at me. I don't actually know even how to move yet.
This is our U-boat now, Nazi. You ain't getting it back.
Yes, but a concerning number of young people are right-wing. Yeah, but that's mostly because they're nihilist and because these cults like O9A and Terrorgram and all of them are telling them that this is the way, that the world is over, that they need to be nihilist and destroy everything so that they could have a better world afterward or some stupid shit like that. Like, it's all conspiracy brains nonsense.
Hang on, Anya. I'm on my way.
Okay, the fuck was that?
Stop! Blazkowicz! Freeze! Do not move a muscle until I say it's okay, alright? Alright? Don't even pass wind! Not wait for the telling you too much. You don't want to be rushed. Finish the courier. Then wait. Wait. Okay, now! Come to me! Be careful! Quick. Ah, there we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it is a new piece of crack. Now, Mr. Blazkowicz, I'm very happy to see you awake. Not so happy to see you out of bed.
Where is she?
Last time I saw her, she was with Caroline defending the cell platform elevator.
Then point me in that direction, Seth.
Ingrid, you know how long you've been in bed? 5 months. Your body is broken. You understand? Your kidneys are failing. You might have difficulties to urinate, to use your schmeckle, to do many other things.
No time for this, just tell me.
Frau England, she's been hunting for you. She's been moving heaven and earth, and today she found you. Nazis breached the U-boat. Many wounded, many dead. I was separated from the others.
I have to go.
No, Hackman is China. I told you no.
Seth, help me find the sail platform elevator.
You are such an action. You are such an action. Okay. Now, there are many Nazis between here and the sail platform elevator, but I set several traps. I didn't have the time to activate them, but look at this. This is a map to show you where the traps are. Put them to good use for the verkackte Faschisten.
Every time.
Try not to get killed if you don't mind. Off you.
Me when I talk to anybody, try not to get killed.
Got that backwards, lady. I'm hunting you.
Okay, I like that. Invalid variable is being excised for their crimes. I like that. This ship is abnormally large? Yeah, it seems like it. It's supposed to be a submarine, isn't it? It said German U-boat. How do I, punch somebody? What's melee? What are the buttons? I'm trying, but they don't have one. Like, it just says controls. Oh, keyboard button. There it is. Sorry. You're right. You're right. You're right. You are correct. Throw grenade is F. That'll be useful. Where's melee? Mouse 1, mouse 2. What? I don't have mouse 3. Okay, whatever. We'll figure it out. Hey, why are you banning people? Oh, whoopsie. Jet, you see the bit I covered today where they're coming for gamers? Saudi Arabia is buying like up the game industry, and it's getting worse everywhere else. See, while playing this game, the only thing I can think of is the only good Nazi is a dead Nazi. Say goodbye to LGBT representation in bigger games. Oh yeah, the Saudis are on that shit. Do I have other guns? Guess not. I mean, this one works fine. I could see it. Yeah. To be fair, it's not like I play many games anymore, but... What's going on?
Back in the saddle, man. Ignore the pain.
I almost died there.
Find a way to reverse the belt and get up to the sail platform.
Anarchist tech support, after stream, you're gonna need to, like, send me a message and tell me what it is you actually did.
Alright. Belt reversed. Up we go.
I still cannot melee. If you're more offended by the existence of LGBT people than the royals, then you are a degenerate. This is true. Mouse and keyboard. It says mouse button. You know what? Hold on. I'll just switch the mouse. Or not. Thank you.
Get off my... William, are you all right?
Oh no, I see what you did, Anarchist Expo. I just mean like what you did.
I prayed for you to wake up.
How much CIA funding does this chair have? None since they cut USAID. I used to work in Pine Gap. I'm just an AI.
Okay. Let's get you up.
Fair enough, Shuva Boover. It looked like it, I was just curious.
You've gotten so fat.
Zed says we're having twins.
By the way, like, I do like the addition of stuff like this, because one of the biggest parts of fighting fascism, fighting Nazism, is love. You have to hold on to this, because it's such despair, evil, destruction.
Onto the deck.
You need the opposite in there. Even just like 1%, something to fight for, something to remind you of who you are. To not get lost in the fight. Because the point of the fight isn't the fight. Oof, that would hurt. The point of the fight is the fight. You've given into the hatred. Yeah, exactly. That's true, Anarchist Tech Support. Thank you for setting those up. Oh, this bitch is crazy.
Ich weiß nicht, Mutter. Ah, das weißt du nicht. Die da, abführen zum Verhör. Ja, Mutter. Du hast die vereinbarten Leibesübungen nicht gemacht und deine Diät nicht eingehalten.
Speak English, you illegal.
Ich habe gestern ein kleines Stück Kuchen gegessen, nur ein ganz kleines. Du dumme Kuh! Du bist eine Schande für deine Rasse und für deine Familie.
I had a piece of cake. You disgraced your bloodline.
Das werden die Leute sagen, wenn du in deine
This is Jesse Waters?
kommst. Generalstochter.
Yes, I will send you to the camps.
Los.
Of course.
Warte herhalten. Ist nicht mal eine Backpfanne wert. Er ist da oben. Da bin ich mir sicher.
Sounds based, Jeff.
Ja, Mutter. Los rein, Männer. Stock ihn raus. Megafon. I'm addressing the terrorist and murderer, William Joseph Blazkowicz.
This is Christy Gnome's job, Juve Mover. That this would be her job.
Did you surrender? The doors are open. Come alone.
Of course I'm coming alone. You think I want to share the Nazis that I'm gonna kill? Those are mine.
Looks like I got called out.
Don't go in there, William.
They have our people.
She trapped our vessel, Anshka. What can we do? You're right here.
Well, yeah, Anarchist Tech Support, it is basically the equivalent of what her job is,
I
yeah.
can't lose you. You're weak, William. You're in no shape to fight.
Thank you, Tina Mifune. Twitch this time, huh? It's usually not a Twitch problem.
You going to run us over with your little wheelchair?
The hat is the armband.
Niederhalten. Da ist er ja. Gut. Runter mit der Rüstung.
She wants to be this so desperately, but she lacks all the qualifications. That's true. I was talking the other day about someone making a mod to put MAGA hats on Nazis. Those are the people who, that's their thing. That's their swastika. It's the MAGA hat. Although, like, we should try and be a little bit more veiled with the comparisons. This game might cover a little bit of Fed posting, but not all of it. Not, especially not with specific names.
I fucked everything up.
Still gotta be careful, y'all. Oh, fuck you, you piece of shit.
You think your hero, William Joseph Blaskowicz? Zieh den hoch, den Krüppel!
I've seen that one, Headless Chicken, yeah.
Let me tell you, you're not. Only the degenerate rats of the slum admire you. The filthy dregs, festering in the ghetto. But once they see you...
Oh, it's Stephen Miller. When did that happen? I say, going back against my own
I shall
comment.
put you on international television. Look, everybody.
Oh, so just like laziness and cowardice. Okay, Headless Chicken. That makes sense.
A crippled wretch of a man peeing in a tube. Everyone will see what a useless joke you
But I wasn't calling you that. I was calling that person that. You're not. You're the opposite. You're actually doing shit. That person's like, oh, I don't want to do it. That's being lazy and a coward. Stephen Miller's true form is a blonde woman who's a cunt.
Don't be silly. The resistance does not bow.
Mutter! Sigun! Sei still! Ich arbeite! Ich dachte, du würdest sie freilassen. Aber das tue ich doch.
By the way, this is how people are raising their kids right now. Like, if you are wondering why young kids are fucking psychotic sometimes, it's because this is how they get raised.
Was haben meine Männer in deinem Zimmer gefunden, als sie durchsucht haben? Schokolade, Kekse, Limonade, Bonbons. Ganz abzusehen von den kranken Sachen, die du in dein Tagebuch geschrieben hast. Du willst sie befreien? Gut. Nimm! Nimm! Mach schon. Befrei ihren Kopf von ihren Schultern.
This is how they're raising kids.
Du hast mein
Ah, fair enough, Headless Chicken.
Lenk dich ab! Köpfe sie! Oder du kannst dich auf was gefasst machen. Los! Los, los! Los, 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 los!
These are all freaks.
Stop! Sag zu! Ich kann nicht, Mutter. Mach schon! Nein! Ich kann das nicht!
Atta girl. Props to the mocap actors and actresses.
Und verräterischen Worten.
She could do the right thing with that axe, that is true.
Einige davon waren sogar auf Englisch.
Matricide is hard though. I don't blame her for that one.
Entgießt sich dein widerwärtiger Geist. Du aufgehst wie eine dicke, fette Seekuh. Verstehst du nicht, in was für eine Lage du mich bringst? Ich bin verpflichtet, das zu melden. Du hattest kein Recht.
Oh yeah, no, that's her mom.
Caroline Becker, leader of the Chryso Circle. The criminal mastermind. Never give up, Blaskowicz. Never give in to these people.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I think you're just another.
Oh no!
Übermach den Meister! Look at this! How strange!
Only because it's Nazis talking Latino Mifune. German doesn't always sound like that. I kind of like German. I speak a little bit. I did Duolingo for a few months. Fucking freak!
Das ist nicht komisch. Wünschst du auch ein Küsschen, wie du es in deinem Tagebuch geschrieben hast? Auf deine dicken, fetten Wangen? Oder vielleicht
Ah, in her diary, I guess she said she was gay. And now we know how I lost my head. Makes sense?
Zwing mich nicht. Zwischen dir und meiner Überzeugung zu wählen.
By the way, again, right here, don't make me choose between, like, my beliefs and my child. They will choose their beliefs. They don't care about anything.
No more of this!
These people don't believe anything, because they're not people.
Nein! Mister!
Based! Good joke at this chicken. And she is a hero, oh yeah. Good ones know what's up and what's wrong. Hell yeah.
Make it quick.
What? Hey, I'm no cold-blooded killer like your mom. Thank you for this.
I can help you. I can give you information. Military secrets. I can tell you how to release your U-boat. And also there are escape pods over there. I know the codes to open them.
Hey, back up. How do we release the
Well,
U-boat?
we'll find out, because this game is about a technologically advanced, like, Nazi, like, world domination thing. What year is this, set in? I don't know, but, like, they won the Second World War, and this is, like, it's like the 70s, I think?
There leads to the controller bay.
But they have, like, drones and robot weaponry and shit.
Activate them from there.
Because of the, tech they found.
Yes.
Cap!
I'm sorry about your friend.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Just
Please.
Keep your shit together, Wyatt. Need you to step up now. A lot of things you can do with a hatchet. And a Nazi.
True! A lot of things you can do with a hatchet and a Nazi. Oh, there we go. I just figured out how to melee. That is a weird fucking button. Keybind's all the way on the other side of the damn keyboard. Yes! That's what I want to see. I don't know if I'm good. I mean, like, I kind of know what I'm doing in some... I used to play a lot more games than I do now.
Caroline, you copy. Before you go upstairs...
They are all weak inside. They're all weak on the outside,
watch
too.
over
You see
our
that they're all
people
cowards.
while I get this done.
Remember, back in the day, and by back in the day, I mean like the old days last year, they were licking the tears off of the libs, and now we are domestic terrorists, so, you know. Honestly, I don't really play much PC games. The only game I've really played on PC is Cyberpunk. So, like, the muscle memory is interesting.
Take out the commanders
Didn't Nazis often keep a pill to kill themselves? Yes, instead of getting captured. Which is rude, because then I can't do that to them. This is also my first exposure to the franchise, so you're not alone. Oops. played the original back in the day? I really should. I'm still getting shot from. I thought you all were dead on that side. Ugh. Maintenance workers note. The knife is absurdly sharp. Yeah, fair. A completed failsafe. Tractor clamps can only be disabled from the main control room. Not another Chicago incident, please. I don't know what that means. Bolt vent covers in place. Welding was giving away. Should be secure now. Form engine room not to overdo. Blah, 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 blah. Send back numbers for anti-gravity engine to Roswell research team. That's a funny Easter egg, considering the Nazis run the US now. I guess they took over Area 51. By you. Toy maker opens store in Roswell. Famous toy maker Klaus Spielzug, mostly known for their Elite Hans line of action figures, opened a flagship store in Roswell. Representatives of the state-sanctioned company said yesterday, Roswell has, since America was liberated, became an inspiring success story. People here are in need of places to buy things for their children, encourage children to play in a manner that promotes loyalty to the fatherland and our beloved Fuhrer. May he reign forever. In related news, former supergroup Die Kaffe in Roswell for their American Territory tour, which will end in LA Media Tower with a performance on the Jimmy Carver Show, will stop by the store to sign copies of their latest album. God, this is dark. Roswell is supposedly where the UFO crash happened? Yeah, exactly. It's like close to Area 51. So many echoes of now. All of our media taught us not to do this, yet here we are. Literally, like, I'm playing this right now because, yeah, it is quite like the reality that we are now experiencing, unfortunately. How do I just want one gun. How do I switch my guns? Holes. Finding. Where is the wheel? But that's not working right. I don't want to dual wield. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Automated security system. Explosive. Got myself a new exit.
That was sick. Whoa. just a good day, you know? This is what I always want to do on my birthday, just kill some Nazis. Where is the last one? You can't hide from me forever. Can't hide from me forever. You think that you're hunting me, motherfucker?
Caroline, I'm hurting. Will you lend me your wings? That's it. Controller bay.
You play better than I do, I suck at shooters. I got some experience, yeah, I guess the muscle memory's back. I'm also not playing on a difficult difficulty because I wanted to see the story rather than like struggle to play the game. Bros, dude, that dude looks like his head got smashed in by a hammer. I feel like we could probably play this every now and again on stream. Like maybe I could spend some time like per week getting through the story. Oh, happy Born Day! Didn't know you shared a date of birth with Charlie Kirk and George Floyd. No fucking way that today would have been both of their birthdays as well. That would be good. Oh yeah, no, I feel like this is also like a way to like let out some frustration. Like it's cathartic to watch. Especially when I have the axe.
Success, Mr. Blazkowicz!
But also I think that there's some like educational benefit to this as well. Like even just like reading the notes that I found, they mean a lot. That is really funny. I did not know I share a birthday with both George Floyd and Charlie Kirk. Am I gonna get shot? I mean, to be fair, I went and played paintball shortly after Charlie Kirk, and then I got shot in the neck, so...
Will you stick around? So I can keep your wings a little longer.
Quite possible. I'm not even kidding, yeah, I got shot right in the neck while playing paintball, like, the next day. Fuck is that? It's what Charlie would have wanted. Me getting shot? Yeah, definitely. Laser giver. Laser giver. Okay, that's interesting. I like that. Let's dematerialize these Nazis. I almost fell off the ship, and that was not on purpose. Okay, let's try that a different way. Can we all agree that bacon is the worst breakfast food? I don't eat breakfast, so I don't really have an opinion on that. I mostly just like eat lunch. Need health. Fuck. Oh my god, there's two of them. Got you, motherfuckers. Yeah, no, the dematerialize Zergun really does the job, huh? What was here? Are they cool? Ooh, what's going on down here, y'all? I feel like there's a Nazi I could kill around here somewhere. I am gonna hop off in like 10-15 minutes because I gotta start getting ready. But thank you for the stream, y'all. Today was fun as hell. Alright, what else we got? Any more of you? No, we're definitely gonna do this again another time. Whoa, those are my people.
Secret, find the escape pod! Cap, we gotta scram! Let's get out of here together!
Oh, that'd be cool if I could actually finish this mission. I think this is what that looks like. Yay, we're taking her with us!
Hey! He has to go!
Hold up.
Thank you, Coco Kitty. I hope you're all having a good day too. God, I'm not even gonna look at the news for the rest of the day. I do not want to see it and ruin my mood. This definitely improved morale a bit.
Let's go.
Big stroke these days. I know, but I know. It's really hard to, like, be aware and not doom a little. Like, I try very hard to not doom. There's always things that can be done, but goddamn, some days does it look like everything is bad and is gonna continue to be bad? Yeah. Yo, Vizora, only one outlet is gonna be, taken to the Department of Defense. The rest of the press refused. Yeah, I saw that. It was just OANN, which
to free the US
is regime
and use
media
it
anyway.
as a platform to liberate the rest of the world, and this is what we are going to do for Caroline.
Hey, that's my platform.
Can we trust her?
Liberate America than the rest of the world.
Give her a chance, I guess.
Considering America keeps fucking up the rest
She
of the
saved
world.
Captain Blazkowicz too. Now, Caroline had established radio contact with an American resistance group in New York City. Now, we need to
allow blacks on board? Oh my god. How did that man get in here? No.
Everyone is allowed on this boat. Except Nazis.
Based.
There you go, Mr. That's right. And our first priority is to set course for New York. And
Depth charges!
on your sonar station!
I hear surface breaches! Multiple surface breaches!
It's Frau Engel! How in the world is she tracking this?
Someone inside your U-boat is transmitting your position.
What did you say?
The Ausmerzer has been receiving messages from someone in your boat. That's how we found you.
That's impossible.
Section F.
There it is, Section F.
But there is no Section F. The maps are not accurate. We've looked and there's no door there.
What if there is? What if someone is hiding in there transmitting that signal, huh?
Cap, you assemble a team and investigate.
I'll show you the way. Must be here. Move this locker. Astonishing.
What do you see?
Welded shut from the other side.
Higgle! Take this! Wyatt came up with a basic concept. The design is not it's experimental, but it will be very useful.
Does this end kill Nazis?
Enthusiastically so.
I'm sure it will.
Hell yeah!
When you are done, Big Man.
I can't believe they, like, lost track of an entire section of the boat, but I do love
William, you
a
have to
weapon
find the
that
transmitter and shut it down,
enthusiastically kills
or the depth
Nazis.
charges will rupture our hull.
Cool.
We've made a mistake. On the floor plan, Section F just looks like a little laundry room.
Looks like a fun game, not
looked
gonna
for it
lie.
when we
Yeah,
first searched the
it really
U-boat after
does.
you captured it, but we didn't see the entrance door. And with all the things we were worrying about back then, I suppose we didn't bother looking too closely. But now I've re-examined the floor plan and there's a reference to a completely different document. The engineering map of Section F. I'll report back as soon as I find it.
I feel like I should probably stop here and do this mission later. Oh, I want to see this. Soldatsmüller's journal. March 12th, I think, 1961. Been trapped down here for several months now. I keep thinking about Johann, a true German warrior. He was a hero, gunned down like a martyr by that big murderous ape Blazkowicz. People like him, communists, anarchists, and degenerates, they need to be exterminated from this planet. Just like the Führer said, we are superior, strongest, and bravest. We're not afraid of them. Earth belongs to us. I wonder how long I will have to pee in this bucket, not going to the toilet by the intersection F in case he comes back. Shooting people, I will keep peeing in here for now until he arrives. Well, I hope you pee yourself, because I'm here. I love the, you know, murderous, terroristic degenerates and communists. Very fitting for the times.
Warum sollte er auch das Unrecht sein? Ist bestimmt kurz vorm Durchdrehen eingesperrt in die...
Keep switching my gun because that's my keybind on Cyberpunk to crouch. That's my timer saying I gotta go, so once I get a second of peace.
William, I found the
That'll work.
engineering map. Palace tank, nuclear.
Wait, I want to save.
Warhead
There we go.
stockpile. Oh my god. Section.
So, thank you guys for tuning in. This was a fun stream. We got through a decent amount of the news, and we got to watch me kill some Nazis, which is always, 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 always fun. Please drop a like and a follow on the YouTube stream. I've been banned from Twitch twice already. The next ban will probably be permanent. So if you want to, you know, still be able to watch me, follow the Twitch, join the Discord. I'm gonna get deplatformed eventually for the shit that I say. Wonder why you got banned? For saying that you don't need to feel bad when bad things happen to bad people. That Schadenfreude was not immoral. That's what I got banned for 30 days. And, I've said way worse than that, and I will continue to. So, you know, I probably will not last on here for very, very long. Where am I going? I just gotta tidy my house. I got friends coming over. Well, you know what? Shouldn't have reported the news. I will try not to, Coco Kitty. It's not particularly easy. Oh, also, yes, if you want to donate, you could use those links so that Twitch or YouTube don't take half the money. Are you gonna go on Kick if you get banned? Probably not, because I hate, like, the people that came into chat there. Like, if people will watch me on Kick, if y'all would move if there was nowhere else to go, then sure. I commissioned someone to make me an avatar that bleeds from the neck when I speak. That's so based. Anyway, I will see you all next time. I won't be here tomorrow because I'll probably be up late. I'd watch you with PeerTube. I mean, yeah. And I will try not to get banned, but it's not like I have much power in that. Again, I got banned for literally accurately reporting the news. So, you know. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.